I'm here, guys. I'm just running a little bit behind. I have a bunch of technical stuff I'm doing here in the background that needs done for the show. Put that right there. A little behind this morning. I mean, no, hold on a second here, guys. I'm here. I just I'm running a little bit behind this morning. Hang tighter. I got a bunch of stuff going on here. I got this like white light blasting my face because of whoa. Let's slow that down a little bit. Turn the sun up a little bit here. I got that one over here. Yeah, I got that sun in my face. Got nothing on inside of my. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? What's going on, boys and girls? I was trying to get out at 9:30 to say don't touch this right off the bell. I hope that none of you. It was really fast, so I don't think you did, but we hit it, which is good. This is very early. We're gonna grind all the way up here, hopefully up here to the close. And they're gonna try to sell us down up here. We got to talk about this because there's likely a mess ahead. All right, I'll give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. You guys see that 60 hit over last night? The 760 hit on futures. I've been harping on this shit for weeks, right? I'm like, God damn, when the fuck is 60 gonna get hit? You know what infuriates me is my thought yesterday. Hold on, I got to do one thing. We got to talk. You know what I could do? I'll write this down. Hold on. Like I got like yesterday, or not yesterday, but like last night we pinged 760. The first thought in my mind was don't ever tell anyone when you're riding spreads. It's the first thought I ever had. I was like, because I closed them on the open on Friday. It was like we were at like 47 or something, maybe 43. And the first thought I had yesterday was stop telling anyone when you're on these big spreads, because I talk about it on Twitter and everywhere. And I can't stand that they printed this fucking 60 like overnight on the futures yesterday. I was fairly furious about it. And I know it can happen like coming into end of month or the last hour of the month. Whenever it happens like a few days after the end of the month, it gets me like, it just rides my gears. It grinds my gears, as Peter Griffin would say. I really shouldn't think like that, but it like antidotally, it still reinforces the idea of not telling anybody and then pushing them out a little bit further than I should. So anyways, I dealt with that grief last night. Is anybody here? Hold on a second. There are people here. Okay. I can see the people are here. Hold on here. Now, we hit the bottom target. We should go up and hit this. There's a couple places when I'll be looking for sellers. It's roughly in this 755, 750 area, and or 55, excuse me. 750, 755, 17. Somewhere up in here, I think by end of day. So we'll see how this goes into the end of the day. But we're looking for a new high from Friday. We have it already. But we don't have it in cash market. Theoretically, this is as high as we need to go, like right here. But we have to chat about a couple things here. Let's take a peek at let's go to the bottom right-hand side over here. And I want to show you where I have a little bit of concern here. It's not quite concern, but and I drew this. I didn't change this yet, but I drew this here this morning a little bit different than I want to. We are in accumulation here, but so I drew the up move in a. If you notice, this is the actual. This is the. Oh, let me just change this up a little bit here. This is wrong. This should be a 1. This should be a 2 right here, like 2 size for direction. I drew this in as a dotted line. It should be an up line. In theory, we just need a new high today. That's it. And we got one. So we have a new high. We don't necessarily need to like go up all day long to 1600. We should. I would like to see us go up here and retest this high without a failure. I'd like to get up here and like poke your head up there and just root around. Something like that is what I prefer. And you're going to get a lot of bullishness today, like FOMO and stuff as well. Like you're going to get FOMO guaranteed. Like everybody's going to be excited. They're going to be like, yeah, we're going up, we're going up. So you're going to get like Rampo-Rama time in here. So I understand all that moving up here into the end of the day and stuff. My only reason I drew this as a dotted line is because we don't need to go any higher. This is all we need to do. Now this should be a dotted line as well. It's not. Maybe I'll just change this to this, but you get the gist at least. I can explain it to you. And then this should be a dotted line here. And this is really what I want to talk to you about is this over here. I can. And, you know, there can be some violence here. I think we discussed this on Thursday. This is the Thursday low. This is the Friday low right here. And I wrote this in CJJ, a buyer down here. But if you look at prior Augusts, we tend to start the month, not always. We tend to start the month with like the first, it's either going to be really fast early month or it could take the first 2 weeks. But I want you to think about the idea that that we could jackknife down here at any point today. Like jackknife down, bam, bam, bam. This could be fast or slow, and then we're done and ready to rock and roll. That shouldn't be red, but just be awares, okay? That we come up here and this looks like everything's awesome, and it may not be. And we could get some violence in here. So we just got to be aware of this violence down below and be ready to buy it if it happens today, tomorrow, if it takes into the 5th or anything like that to get down here. And I do want to pick this back up. If it turns into something like where we're kind of doing this to at least Friday, a minimum of that. If we can get any deeper though to like Thursday, sweep all this stuff up. That's a halfback trade in here. To try to pick this thing back up again. So I just want you to be like that. Now we're above this, of course. So just be aware that we've done what we need to do for the day. If there's anything else left for us to do, it's to deal with the FOMO and maybe the rolling of calls higher. If there's anything else to do here. Now, can we trade the 760, the prior high from pre-market and yesterday? That's a tough one. It's a tough one. Last night's wick that you saw, it traded 760. It looks like a fake wick to me. Fake wicks are kind of weird. Like they're not kind of weird, but does everybody here understand fake wicks? Like I can give a quick synopsis on what those are and stuff, but like fake wicks are kind of weird. Like, so there's a wick. It's not showing up on this chart here, but there is a wick from last night, and it could be a fake wick. Is my point. When you get to like more than 70, 75, when you get more than like half the wick, like anything over 25%, you start questioning wicks. But I should start there. Anything over like 25% wick on a full candle. So you could measure these too. Like if you have a candle, pretend that's a candle right there, and pretend that's a candle. And the more wick that you have off said candle, like a little bit of wick, more wick. This is like I'm giving you a top line idea of this, but like a little bit of wick's not bad. These candles are usually pretty good. But let's say you have a wick that's like this. down here, and you get like something something like this. We're in a downtrend. You might be thinking, oh yeah, it went all the way up here. We're going to go up here and sweep this thing. What happens is you fail within the wick, and the continuation is down. So, my point here is what I guess what is my point? If you're thinking that we need to go up to 760 like today or this week, maybe not. It's not something from a candle perspective. It's not an edge that we're going to go trade 760 this week. In any way, shape, or form. So just be careful that there's like a trap in here for buyers and bulls today. It would serve you well as a bull at this point because of the price action to be waiting maybe for later in the week. If we can get down deep enough to pick this thing back up again. Does that make any sense to anybody out there? Anybody count candles out there? That 760 is more than likely a fake wick and not a precursor to trading that again. I'm assuming that people are saying, put the wick in the futures, then we'll do the equal legs, and then we'll sell. But I think more than likely they're going to catch us in here in like 55 or something. I would say that's the best we can hope for. And then we'll come back and trade that wick down the road once we clean up all this mess down below. So just be aware of that today. Let's take a look at this on a smaller frame. Good morning, everybody. Hope you all doing. I do have a if you don't know, I do have a meeting with my surgeons this afternoon at 2:30. I don't know what time I have to leave. I think I'm gonna have to get ready and leave at like 1:30 to be at the surgeon's. I'll take some photos today and post them on Twitter for everybody so you can see me in a surgeon's office. I don't know what the operation is going to be. I'm assuming at this point it'll be something fast, like it'll take a day or two. My recovery should be a day or two. But if they can't get it out, the recovery could be 2 to 3 weeks. I would assume at least 2 or 3 weeks until I can sit on a donut or something, like some blow up donut under my ass. But I will know the information, I think, today. I don't know. I've never been through something like this before, so I don't have any like prior experience with cutting baseball-sized tumors out of my ass, or anything even like that in my body ever in my life. I've never had I'm like the guy that is always good. So this is very different for me. So today, 2:30 p.m. I won't be here, so I'll be here with you in the morning. Let's put this back up right here. I would just say stay above the 1 and 5 minute trigger from now into the close to ride this thing up. Let's keep this up here. See if we can ride this thing. We just did this right here. This is done. That's all we need to do. So we're good on that. It's a matter of grinding higher and higher and higher. And we'll just watch. This is the trend line right here for up. We'll just keep watching this into 10:30, 10:30, and then 12:30. Let's leave it right here, just like this. We already did that one, so we don't have to worry about that. So you can see it. How y'all doing? Y'all doing well? Yeah, I'll show you the fake wick. It's right here. If you guys don't see the wick, I'll show it to you. It's right there. We hit it last night. We hit it on futures last night. So if you don't know about this, I do. We hit this thing last night, and that is likely a fake wick. And it's likely going to push people to want to trade at least an equal leg to it. But I think this is fake. If you ever want, sometime I'll go deeper into an explanation of wicks, and especially on trend. I'll try to explain fake wicks to you, because oftentimes you'll see what you'll do is you'll see a fake wick, and it'll show you like you broke the prior highs. I don't think I have a thing on this, but like you broke a prior high, and so you're thinking it's going to go up. Let me see here. This is actually a good example. Let me go over here, and this is actually a great example. Man, what's going on here? Sorry about this. Hold on here. My computer is jacking up here. It ain't. All right, here we go. So this is a fake wick right here. Let me show this to you here in a 15-minute. So this right here is pointing out that you now have a higher high than this prior high. And what can happen here is we think, hey, we're going all the way up here. At least do an equal leg up here. And this is kind of implying this is the prior high for all this kind of stuff over here, and that we're going to go up here to get a new high and then a new trend. And my point is, like, what they're probably going to do is let you roll your calls and then dump it on you. Does that make sense? So rather than this being a following high that you're just going to keep following, I think they're going to trap you in and send you lower. Sweep all this garbage down here, and then we pick this thing back up, and that's where you get your your actual high. So anyways, we'll see how this thing goes. Do you see it now? Anybody that didn't see the high in the overnight? That was the opening bell on futures. Good morning. How y'all doing? Everything is great. I didn't get to go to Belle Isle yesterday. It was threatening rain and thunderstorms. Not yesterday, 2 days ago. I didn't get to go, but I did go out Friday night, and then I did go out with my kids over the weekend, so everything is good. We just didn't go because there are going to be thunderstorms and rain. It didn't even rain here. We had like sprinkles. We got rain Friday night, but nothing else. I went out Friday night too, which is kind of cool. And Detroit's like booming right now. I'm so excited and happy to see what Detroit's doing. Yeah, I couldn't go. We got ready to go. As a matter of fact, I passed on a trip to Ann Arbor to the river too. I got invited to like a river trip, and I was like, I ain't doing that either. If it's gonna rain and thunderstorm, I didn't want to die in a river. He's not gonna die of cancer, so now they're gonna try to kill him with thunderstorms and stuff. So I'm just like, nah, I'm good. So anyways, I think that's where I'm at. Yeah, and no one called me either. I got no phone calls, no emails, no DMs, no nothing. Matter of fact, I hooked up with I gave my phone number to some other guy, and he never called me. He just disappeared. Yeah, it's what it is. So it's just shit plays out like that sometimes. Ink tighter. Let's keep watching this. Tight 1 second. Yeah, we had rain. Well, so we had rain, heavy rain, Friday night, and then we had heavy rain Friday night, and then we had sprinkles and tons of humidity. And I just didn't want to be out. Like Belle Isle is like a kind of a weird place when you get out there. It's like a ride and a half to get there. And then once you're there, you're kind of like left to your own devices. And I was like, this is a little bit too much for me with the rain. And it was really weird. I think they might have canceled Saturday and rescheduled for Sunday. I saw on the Detroit subreddit, someone was saying that it was taking place on Sunday and it was on Saturday. So I think they might have even canceled it on Saturday, but I'm still unsure here if they did or didn't. These are our targets above here, so you can see where they are. This is the target that I want by end of day, 755.25. If you are a couple things, I got to make some notes to you out there too. Hold on 1 second here. I just got a Discord message. Wait a minute. My snap is up. I've got some shit codes that I need to. I've been in Snap for like. I gotta check Snap really. I've been in Snap now for like 6 months or something. Hold on. No, that's not high enough for me. Sorry. I've been buying the lows on Snap now since April. I've been accumulating Snap now for months and months and months and months. It looks like it's about ready to break out though. Okay, I'm not selling Snap yet. Sorry, I got alarms set to sell this. Like I've got like a bunch of shit in my account that I need to get rid of. And I'm like trying to rotate out of shitcos into big tech. And we're gonna do another little talk here too. Last week I saw like the drum beats, like it was bad. I saw the drum beats on Reddit everywhere I looked. Like everywhere I spent a little bit of time on Reddit, it was all about like the strategic oil reserves and how they're running out and how we're all fucked. And I've seen that argument plastered in the zeitgeist everywhere. And of course, you saw oil drop to like $70 or something. We're going to have a little chat about this because last week I spent the entire week hunting down high follow Reddit accounts to mark who those people were. This is going to sound crazy to you guys. I wanted to mark who these people were. They were getting like big astroturfing on Reddit. This is going to sound crazy to you guys, but I can't tell if these people are part of astroturf gangs. I can't tell if these people are just stupid. No offense, but like they're zeitgeist, they're just regurgitating noise, and I can't tell. And there's a lot of astroturfing that goes on in social media these days. So I want to know who these people are. I want to hunt them down, like find out who they are on Reddit, find out if I can connect any of the dots to any of these people. So this morning we're going to talk about oil and gas. And luckily, over the weekend, Wolf Richter came out and kind of wiped the boards with these people. And we're going to have a little chat about oil reserves. And I'll give you the top line of it today, right now at this moment, if you want to know, and you can look this up on your own. I'll give you the top line in this stuff. So, oil and gas, okay? Back in the 1970s, it was really rough for the U.S. We at that time period, we were not net exporters of everything, and today it's different. Today it's changed significantly. We are not in the same place in the U.S. as we were in the 1970s. The reason for OPEC was to top line, like we're not in the same place we were in the 1970s with oil and gas. OPEC was basically created to stabilize the price of products. But there have been moments in history where things have changed for certain countries. And for the U.S., things have changed. And not only that, the U.S. at any point can and will, when needed, use our own exports or our own oil and gas that we drag out of the ground here, the molecules we pull out of the ground to stabilize pricing in the U.S. if needed. It's almost like, and China's done that recently as well, but the U.S. has other options to stabilize the price of gas and oil. One of those options is our strategic petroleum reserves. And we don't need our SPR anymore. We just don't need it. So what we do is we buy oil and gas cheap, we save it up, and then we sell it when gas and oil is high to help the U.S. stabilize prices. But not only that, we can move into austerity whenever we want because we are a net exporter of these products. We can literally say, sorry, we are going to sell it to ourselves. Not our reserves, but our oil and gas, if we need to stabilize pricing in this country. So it's like that gotcha moment that everybody talks about. Oh my God, the SPR is going down and we're all fucked. That's not true. We have to talk about that today, try to dispel some of those myths, because these people are going to have egg on their face. So they're either going to have egg on their face because they're regurgitating zeitgeist, or they're actually working for oil and gas companies, who, mind you, all of them are reporting record profits. They're recording record profits because it's greed. It's not that there's shortages. The other issue that we have here is that people seem to not understand the idea of the kind of shortages that we have. I try to express this to people, simply put, if you were to look at, say, sporting goods during COVID, you could not get them. You could not get weight sets or a treadmill. You just couldn't get them. There were none available, meaning if normally you had 100 treadmills available before COVID, during COVID you had 5. So there just wasn't enough, even if I had demand for them. In this case, with the Strait of Hormuz, right, the Strait of SOH, 80% and more, probably 90% of oil and gas is getting through. So in this case, it would be like 80 treadmills getting through, and we are a first world country. We are not only a first world country, we're the most profitable country in the entire world, period. So we have to spend to direct those treadmills to the United States. You know, so when you hear people say like, oh, we're gonna run out of lubricants, and we're gonna run out of synthetics, and we're gonna run out of this, and we're gonna run out of that. The fact is that most of this stuff is available, and the highest bidder will pay for them. So this argument that we're all going to be doomed and all that about oil and gas, we got to go over that today if we can, because I went after people this week. I spent some time on Reddit and was like, yeah, I'm coming after you. And they more than likely read my username, and they're like watching this show to hear about it. So what we're going to do, and they got some egg in their face yesterday. I think we had $70 on oil yesterday. So we're going to chat about that today and try to dispel some of that stuff for you, so that when you are encountering these people, you can realize that they have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. And in terms of our stock market, we priced in the initial shock of the Strait of Hormuz closing. So there should be no more downside because of oil and gas outside of greed. And until we all as people understand that it's greed, we will continue to pay those high prices. So I feel like it's my job to let you know that it's pure greed. Now, let's say we get a shock from invading Iran. That is a separate issue. We actually would own Iran at that point and the Strait of Hormuz. So we have to have a quick chat about that today, if possible. If we have time, or if we don't, we're also going to talk about the Fed. We're going to talk about the bond market and how we move forward using the bond market as our guide, and no more forward guidance from the Fed. So you've got two decent sized conversations about things we need to be using or or at least looking forward to in oil and gas, and then using as we using how we use the Fed now, or the bond market versus the Fed in the stock market. So we're probably going to do some kind of a class. You know what I want to say about this? If I had a top line, the Fed thing would be that the yield curve used to matter. The yield curve has not mattered in a long time. It's been wrong probably 60% of the time because of the Fed and because of the Treasury Department. So we probably should do like some sort of a class on the show about the yield curve and how the bond market can speak to us, and to stop relying upon the Federal Reserve for information as to when we're going to cut and hike and that kind of stuff. So we got two big conversations the rest of this week. If we have any down this week, we can probably spend some time on both of those issues as we move forward. So we're going to talk about oil and gas today. Get that out of the way, and try to beat this zeitgeist that's out there. It's terrible. I see it everywhere. All I keep saying is like the strategic petroleum reserves are going to empty out, and then gas is going to go to fucking $300 a gallon, and you're all screwed. That is just not truth, and it's not going to happen. It reminds me of like the Fed put. You know, the Fed's not going to come in and change you, or the Fed's not going to step in and save us all, and that they always do. So we got to chat about that today as well. Try to dispel some of that, so that when you encounter that in public, you can just tell those people, you can just give them the top line answers and say you are absolutely wrong, and stop spewing this garbage. Who are you? Do you work for the oil and gas companies, or are you unwittingly helping the oil and gas companies be profitable? One or the other. What else do we have here? Yeah, I'll just show you. I'm just going to show you the data today. It's fairly simple. So, I mean, there's even now. I don't agree with this. I'll preface all of this oil and gas stuff. I don't agree with what I'm about to say, but there are a lot of people that think that we should. Ready? Put your earmuffs on if you're an oil and gas guy. There are a lot of people out there that think we should get rid of the strategic petroleum reserve. Like we don't even need it. I think we should keep it for these moments. I think it's good to buy and refill it when oil and gas is cheap and sell it like we've been doing. And ready? Here's the earmuffs for the political people out there. Both Joe Biden, yeah, and Trump. And this is going to piss off the Dems because Trump's more of a populist than anything, but both of those presidents have done that exact operation. And it's because they both know that we no longer need strategic oil reserves. If we go to war in the future, we have all that we need in the United States of America. I know that's going to hurt people's ears to say that, but we're living with oil and gas. We're living on, or we're predicating our ideas based on the 1970s, and we don't live in that time anymore. And I think that kind of correlates a little bit to if we get rid of the Fed guidance, we start looking towards a new way of doing things, and we'll lose our asses if we don't. Right? We will lose our asses in the stock market if we don't start to pay more attention now to the bond markets than we ever were or ever were in recent history. And then I think both of those have a little bit of intertwining and just things change. As time goes on, things change and they're not the same. And we base a lot of stuff on things that aren't exactly accurate any longer. So we'll talk about oil and gas today if we can. There is none. So when you see things like we're importing gas, it's because it's more profitable to sell what we have to then import at a cheaper price. We'll also talk about diesel today as well, because we'll talk about diesel, how like Canada has no one to sell to. We have pipelines right there, so we take it into the U.S. dirt cheap, and then we resell it to where? Europe, right? Because they run diesel vehicles. So it's more complicated than it seems. Or there's no gotcha moment is what I mean by this. Does that make any sense at all or no? No, because we're going to go over it in detail today. There's no gotcha moment. There's no guy in his basement that's 18 years old telling you the SPR is going to run out and we're going to be paying $20 a gas. That ain't happening. That's not how the oil and gas works. There was another argument that the equipment in the U.S. sucks. That's false as well. The U.S. has some of the best refiners in the world, period. So you just got to remember we priced in that oil shock already. It's built into the price of oil and gas. It will always be there. Gas and oil likely doesn't come down to its like seasonal lows ever again. It'll be slightly higher, but it's permanent. Like the Strait of Hormuz is permanently built in, literally from now on. The oil and gas from Strait of Hormuz, that threat is permanently built into our markets. I know you got to put the earmuffs on to hear that too. Then I will talk about it right now. We're going to talk about it right now. We're gonna spend the morning on this. Right around like if I can get a little bit of like between like if I can get a little bit of a lull here today at any point, we're gonna chat about it. It's brutal. I saw it all last week. I was like, these people are crazy. Like, I think what a big problem here is, if I have to be honest, like I don't like dragging politics into this stuff. I think one of the big problems here is it's hard for a Democrat to fight Trump because he's a populist. So he does some things that are good. And you kind of have to woodshed him if you're a Dem. You're like, everything he says and does is wrong. But he doesn't do full Republican things. So we kind of like trash him and then say, oh my God, we're all fucking doomed because of his decision making. It's hard to fight a populist. Populists are difficult. Normally, if you have a conservative and a liberal, you can just point out like I disagree with these things and I disagree with these things. But when you're arguing against a populist, it's brutal because there are some things that they do that you can say, hey, look, they're doing the same thing that these other guys were doing. Um, so it's a tough thing to argue. It really is. And what happens is we all get clouded by that. And then we drag that shit into the stock market, and it's a brutal thing to have to deal with as a trader. Um, and like having that awareness, that objectiveness, and saying, it's really not as bad as you think it is. And like, you want some more air muffs? If we were in this situation today, Biden would probably be doing the same thing. And he did do the same thing before. He actually sold down our strategic reserves as well. And the argument is we don't even need them. So if anything, you would say what? You would say when oil and gas prices are high, use the SPR. You would also say that if gas prices were going to jump out of control, we could move into some form of austerity. And China just did some austerity recently as well. And the U.S. could do the same thing. We're just not in the same time period as we once were. It's top line that simple. We're just not. The U.S. is not in the same place that it was in the 70s. And I know that there's an argument that we're going to do that, right? We're going to go back to the 1970s. It's going to be terrible. There'll be shortages. We don't have shortages like that right now. And we can always supplement with just what we're pumping out. It's that simple. It really, truly is that simple today. It was the auto pen. Yeah, it wasn't Biden. It was the auto pen. Yeah, it was. Agreed. You guys are killing me. So we're going to chat about oil and gas today. I know it was a really big thing last week. And then, of course, like everything quieted down. As a matter of fact, our World News, the subreddit World News, they actually shut down their discussion about Iran 2 days ago and said we have to shut it down because we're looking for a moderator. The real reason they shut that discussion down, they have an Iran thread posted to their subreddit. It's gone. It's gone because there's a narrative that's being astroturfed on that subreddit and that pinned post, and that fucking narrative just got shat on yesterday. And it's probably going to get shat on this upcoming week and future weeks. Once the SPR is drained and we don't see oil and gas prices at fucking $50 a gallon, the argument's gone. What needed to be narrated was narrated to fire everybody up, get them angry. But the truth is that it's not going to matter. And you need to know that, especially any of the bears out there that are like, the SPR is going to get depleted. We're going to crash down to zero. The entire economy is going to implode. That whole narrative, it's not real. It's fake. So we got to chat about that. we got to chat about that. And we're trading how far from all-time highs? How close are we all-time highs? We're with an impending crash. Where are we at now? 753. Yeah. I don't know about that. You sure about that? I don't know if I can agree with that statement. The world's going to end, and nobody's paying attention to the SPR. That's literally the narrative right now. S&P 500 trading 73.94, coming into 1030 for new flows. Yeah, polls for Trump. I don't know if I want to address. I hate putting on the non-stock market hat. I really don't. He's gonna get. There's a few things I will tell you if you want. Like, if you have time, if you ever have time, if you're watching this show, if you ever have time, do two things. Try to, like, if you're not going to read a book about it, at least go to like Wikipedia and do some surface level, just like what is populist politics. They're not easy. Trump even said, Trump's a New York Democrat. He was like, I can't become president the DNC controls their primaries so much that Trump had no way to win. The Republican primaries, a dark horse can easily get a nomination through the RNC. and their primaries. It's really hard. So look up like I want you to look up like look up populist politics, and also look up lame duck politics. Look up both. Um, and the reason I say that is because the lame duck thing is because Trump's like a super lame duck. Normally you get like normally if you have two bids for president, they're together. So what you'll do is you'll get you run your shit for your first term, and then normally they'll outvote like they'll outvote you in the Senate and or not the Senate but the House. They'll split the House. So let's talk about this for a minute here because I can relate this to the stock market. Normally you have a back-to-back presidency, and by your second term, like you have your first term, right? 4 years. By the time you get into your second term, most presidents will become a lame duck. What happens is voters will come in and they'll hog tie whoever that president is. Doesn't matter what party they are. They just hog tie them. What that means is that you'll get like a split House or a split Senate, and that president switches typically in his second term to a lame duck, right? And they do lame duck. They run their presidency under the auspices of being a lame duck. So what they do is they do unpopular things through executive order. And then people stop listening to that president by the second half of their second presidency. So like you get your first presidency, they get all the shit they want to do. Then they come in the second term. In the first 2 years, they do the executive order stuff, and then by the second half of their second presidency, no one's listening to him anymore or her. They're like, just like, we're not listening to him. We're not going to let him do this shit. We're going to tie his ass up now and then wait for the next president to come in. In this case, we've got Trump having two separate presidencies, and ingeniously, what he did was he treated his entire second term as a lame duck. And so right out of the gate, Trump started doing the EO stuff. And he's going to continue to do that for the rest of his presidency. So if you just look up, if you don't have to read a book, just look up populist politics and look up lame duck, just look up lame duck president. And they'll talk to you about executive orders. And so how that can be related to like him being maybe not popular in polls right now is par for the course for running his second term fully as a lame duck. He's going to encounter that. And it should you should see this increase the longer that he's in his presidency. And you should also see after the midterms that people will start looking towards the next president, and he should get more aggressive with his unpopularity the last 2 years of his presidency. But it's absolutely normal. Happens to every one of these presidents. The only difference here is the split terms. I think makes this presidency just a little bit more glaring than most that we're used to. Because we're all in the mindset of like, this is his first term again, you know? Why is this all happening like this? It's because he's a lame duck, and it's also because he's a populist, in my view at least. So anyways, and that's how it kind of relates to the U.S. stock market. If you can do yourself that solid, it'll help you to like understand some of this stuff at least, or why is he doing this? Why is this happening? And also, why is the reaction the way that it is? Because he's a populist. And that probably extends to oil and gas to some extent. I don't think it would matter who the president was if we were in this exact situation. And it's not good enough to say we wouldn't be in this situation if it was somebody else. That has no bearing on reality. But the reality is we are in this situation, and this is what's happening. So you would expect the same. I would expect the same shit from whoever was in the presidency. What's up, Chopsticks? You got 125K? Are you riding this to Valhalla to 780 at the end of the year or what? Coming into the daily target of 755.21. Boy, this looks like we're going to chase to roll calls higher to 770, doesn't it? It gets that FOMO going. Trading 754.37. Intra or daily target almost there right now. Let's see if we can roll this thing down. See if we can roll this down here. Should fail this right here. See if we can smack this thing up at 1230 to 130, get above it. Let me tell you, I'm just looking here. Checking some of my positions here. Hold on. Good to see you all this morning. How's everybody doing? You all doing well out there? You know, the bears coming out. They want to sell this thing so bad. Let's look at some puts over here. Just take a peek at them. See if they're getting juicy yet. We got the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th is Wednesday. Bears are getting all saucy right now. They're all in the background. They're like, we're going to do the booyah on these bulls. You know they're in this audience, right? They're being quiet in the background. Look to your left and right and see if you see a bear. You got to, like, sniff them. If they don't have any fucking oil on them, if they got no hair on them, just check their cuffs. See if they shaved their arms and shit, and, like, they left the hair underneath their fucking shoulders. Good to see you, LSA Rocks Mara. What's up, brother? The Bears are in here. You know they're in there hiding. They're in the audience somewhere. They got the big red button and they got their hand up ready to slam it down. You can smell them, right? They're in here. You know they're in here. If you get caught in a roll higher, you're gonna be pissed off as a bear. Do not get caught in a roll higher. Right now you can see the FOMO, right? This is all like FOMO. This is all retailers running it up. Gotta be careful of the retailers. And you get the call sellers are out there going, yeah, run it up. This is all option seller action here. That's all this is. Oh yeah, let's look at that right there. Let's take a look at SPX really quick. Hold on a second here, boys. Girls, theys, thems. What do we got here? SPX Gamma. We got new Gamma, don't we? Oh, it's almost time, isn't it? Wait a minute, what happened there? What the hell's going on here? Why is that not working for me? SPX Gamma. So we talked about a wall opening up last week. I made a post on Twitter. You and I have been talking about it forever, right? And the question was, are we breaking? Dude, what is going on here? Close that thing right there. I don't know. Something's going on here. I don't know what's going on. I got some really bizarre shit going on here. Close that right there. Leave. Let's clear all that out. No, we don't want that. We don't want this. What is going on here? Okay, let's take a look here. So this is our Gamma chart from TradeTheTrigger.com. I had a meeting with Bork on Friday after the bell, and we chatted about doing a show or a class or something on our website. Is like gangster. Some of it's not public, but it is as good as any website out there, period. I mean, I looked at like Unusual Whales. I looked everywhere. Tasty Ticks or whatever the fuck that is. Like, our website is killing it right now, but we don't talk about it on the show. This is the gamma map from last week. And look where we are. And we asked this question, can we unlock or can we take the wall down on Friday, or is it Monday? And you can see right here that the wall came down over the weekend. And we're now smashing up to 7,600. So the question becomes, are we selling calls? Are we selling 7,600 calls? Or are we going to roll higher and sell 7,700 calls, right? 77. And do we get some kind of push up and then the fall in here? But you got to be careful, is my point here. You got to be careful if we're just selling 7,600 to dump, or if the retailers jump on board and chase it up slightly higher, not 7,700, but if they push this thing up and up and then we dump. That's the big question here. So we got to talk about this. And the real important thing here is, do the option sellers come out in force and the retailers disappear before we get to 7,600? Or do the retailers just keep pushing and pushing and pushing and the dealers keep chasing? Maybe we trade 7,650, 7,660, or 7,660, something like that, and then we roll to the downside. So we'll pay attention to that as we move forward. What we're going to do here is we're going to reset this entire thing this morning, and we are going to look at the new gamma for the new month. And this will evolve. Not a bad gamma chart, huh? And I didn't even use the Cool Kid charts on Gamma Tools from our website. I just used basic stuff with you guys. TradeTheTrigger.com. It's freaking rad. And we're going to take a look at the new gamma that's coming into the market. Let's see what we got going on here. And we're going to go to the website over here. And I'm going to reset this whole entire thing. Hopefully I'm still logged in. Uh-oh. GexViz. We're going to type in SPX. That's the big boy. Everything else derives from SPX. SPY is a product of SPX. Okay, here we go. And we're going to go, let's take a peek at net. And maybe I need to pull this out. What we'll do is we'll make this a little bit smaller. We'll just kind of pop this right here in the middle. And for the month, we have a call wall at 75.90. We are currently trading on SPX 75.69. So we want to be selling fairly soon, right? If it shows the roll. If it doesn't show the roll, we want to be above 75.90. So we're coming into FOMO. If we can get above the 75.90 and back test it, we can then start getting long again, right? Like, in theory, at least. There's a call seller out there. He's like, no, bro, we're selling that. But if we pop our heads above and we start holding, we can start talking about building out a support on this call wall, right? So you're like, ready? Damn it, hold on. Hold on here. Sorry about that. So wait a minute here. Where's my little pen? So the idea is that you sell this. Even if you poke your head up, you're selling this. What you need to do is, if we're going to buy this above, is you need to come above, hold it, make a new high, and then we can take that trade, right? Fairly simple, right? Not hard. What else do we know about this, right? So we've got 7,000. Woo! As the new put wall down here, right? Max Payne's 720. So I showed you the chart earlier saying, hey, we got to be careful of that downside. And technically last week we opened the door to a trade to that, didn't we? And I was like, the market has to like do some really high speed shit. It needs to move up as fast as possible, like right now. And not only that, we probably need to build this out, don't we? If you just look down here, right, we kind of probably need to build that out a little bit, build that out a little bit, build that out a little bit, or we need to get above this, right, to make this a wall to hold us above higher, right? It's one or the other. So let's take a peek at this. And we're going to look a little bit closer here. And we're going to call this 7,500. I'm going to bring this down right here. We're going to take a look right here. And we're going to do it just like this. We're on a 1 hour right now. And the first thing I'm going to do for you is slap in 75.90. And mind you, notice I don't watch any shows at nighttime. I don't watch like my binge stuff at nighttime. I don't get to watch the Maverick of Wall Street anymore. So I'm kind of teaching you what you can do in your own without ever having to watch any of those shows, right? You literally do not need to watch those shows. If you are going to watch those shows, you can literally do what I do, and then go watch those shows and say, that guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, or that guy does know what the fuck he's talking about, one or the other. So you see the magic sauce. You saw the gamma map from last week. I show you the prior week's gamma map every week. So we're going to make this a big fat red. And we're going to call this a call wall. We'll call this a big call wall. And we can get above it. And there's something else noteworthy about this too, right? This is where all-time highs are. This is where the call wall, big call wall is. Kind of need to break above this, right? And let's just show you some price action like I described to you earlier. You want to know a few things here. This is FOMO. Right where we are, that's FOMO. This is for your kick-ass traders to get long in fear. You know, when they're telling you it's going to crash, right? This is where smart money is. And then the smart money is taking their money and running. And what they're going to do is they're going to observe. Do we fail? We know if we fail this, that there ain't nothing holding this shit up to 7,000, right? 720, 7,000. We know that if we look above, just to look above, that's it. That's bullish, right? We're going to sweep back down, come back for it later, and actually get above it, right? The other thing that we could do here is that we break above, right? Make the new high, make another new high. We allow the daily and the hourly and all that to come back up, and then we buy this shit and we're out of here, right? Maybe do the halfback trade and we're out of here, right? Something like that. Or we start making this new high here, we make this new high here, and then we start getting this new high, and we're like, oh shit, we're going to run up to 60, 70, 50. And so we get that long right there, we take it up to 7,500. They start selling you the 7,000 calls. Excuse me, I said 7,000. Sorry, 7,700 calls, and then we buy that back test down here, something like that. Okay. We also need to remember that the 7,500 is the right in here. This is a little bit lower. This right here is the gamma flip. Also remember too that this is not deep negative gamma. Let me just check this really quick. 7,400. This is green. This is negative gamma. This is negative gamma. Theoretically, this is negative gamma, but it's not that negative. This is negative gamma, and then there's deep negative gamma, and I'll show you where that is. Deep negative gamma is 7350. This is when things get ugly. Down here is where things get messy. Anything under here, messy, messy, messy. And then 7,300 is kind of another major put wall. It's your first major put wall right here. And I want to make you a note here that I would not trust this major put wall. Do not trust it. If you're making new lows down here, we're going to party to the downside. I would expect that trade to 7,200 and 7,000. I would expect us to trade all this and expect us to trade this down here. I don't know if I want to draw these in for you, but I do want you to know that it's party time under here. The bears love seeing this shit down here. We could also just write party time. For bears. And I would expect, if you want the full month, I'll just give it to you here. All the way down there to the depths of hell. Six. That's party time for bears. Party time for bears all the way down there, just so you can see it. If you want to snip that, you can. Just so you can get an idea of this. I don't think we're going down there, but just if you want to know where it is. This is, this is the gamma flip. This only becomes negative here. This is deep negative gamma. If you start seeing shit like this, like slam down to this put wall, new low, that's when shit goes downtown. We start partying. Okay? I don't care about sweeps down here with no new low. It's the new, you need the new low. Okay? Need the new low. Need the new low. Partying. It'll be like Jim James said, we're going to zero. Okay. Now, next thing, we've got 75.90, right? $7,600. 75.95. 7,600. Yeah, there's a bunch of walls above this. Let me just check this here. Yeah, 76.50. We got to draw this one right here. I'm going to make this one green. And then a target right here. I'll make that one red. So if we can smash above this and take the peak, if we get above this red line right here, if we can go this and then that, there's one more trade up here, but we got to be up there to take it. We got to be up there. This is where it starts getting dangerous. They start to sell it down, or we come up here and they kill you down here, that kind of stuff. You want to be doing that. That's another all-time high as well. So there's an all-time high to sell. Now let's look at 0 dates. And this is where the magic usually comes in. And we'll look at these together. All right, get your snippers out, your snipping tools. We're going to go 0 dates and check that bad boy out. We got a target of 75. 75, this is 0 dates. Put wall for today is at 7,500. And then we've got a target up here of 7,590. So just let's look at this. Into the end of today. Theoretically, to the end of the day today, we've got a target of 90. Right there. And then we've got a put wall of 7,500. So if we smash this early enough, let's say we did that by 12:30, 7,500 is the target from here, even if it takes a day to get over there. Now we're going to look at we're going to look at 1 dates. Let's see what we got going on with this. And this is kind of neat here. Let's check that out right there. We also, for tomorrow, we have got 7,550 and then 7,600. Ooh. 7,550. Hold on, just look at this really quick. Let's try to get this from, try this for like 12:30. Let's give a jackknife down here. And then 75.55 for Tuesday, believe it or not. Or excuse me, 75.55 right here. So you got this, the jackknife down. Then you've got, this is the end of day tomorrow. Remember, we don't have to trade this exact, but that's what it's looking like. Up, down, up over here. We also have 74.75 down here for tomorrow. So just be aware that we have the potential of this happening. And I'll just show you this one more time just so you can see it. 74.75 put wall, 75.50 for the call wall. So theoretically, we smash this thing out. We crash down here, rip back up. There's also a 74.75. We got that in there. We got 75.50, 75.50 right here. We're then going to look at 2 dates. And we have the 74.30 down here. Max Payne 74.80. And we got 76.10. Max Payne 74.80. There could even be something like this. This is early on Wednesday. And then 7,600 on Wednesday close. I don't know if we can get that done, but it's Wednesday close. And then we're going to look at 3 dates. 7,505 and 7,600. So we're getting kind of like rope and doped in here. Do you see that? So this is we're on 3 dates now, right? Just make sure I get this right here. 3 dates, right? Yeah, we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's Thursday. $75.05. So you're like doing this weird shit over here. And then a close above 7,600 on Thursday close. So it's showing a cup and handle basically, right? And then that's all I got. 3 dates. This is the Thursday. I'm going to close that now. Here's Friday close. I'm assuming here it's something like this. Something like that right there. We're going to make this, well, we don't have the data for this, so I'm going to leave that like that. But if you want to see what it looks like, I always show these when I come back on Monday. We don't always hit them exactly, but you can see the hour and all that holding this up here. Take that half back there, come back up, get back up here, get back up here, get back up here. And then you get your rolling of calls on 7,600. You come in next week into the 12th. And we get into like right in here around the 12th. Like I'm going to give a guess here that we sell this. So something like this. And then what you'd probably get here is, you're like getting up into this like 7,700, but not quite 7,700. That's the 7,700 roll. Like you're selling the calls in the middle of the month. They start loading up, selling you calls. And then we're coming down into that OPEX, expiration, unclench OPEX down here in for the month of August. So it's something like this as of right now. There is one thing that I want to say to you. If you want to snip this, you can. I don't want to put that up there because it's not a part of our thing, but this is this week's gamma. So if you want to see what this looks like, snip it now, take a snip. Something like that. Get all serious. Wipe the tears off my face. You want to snip this at home? Here, I'll get some tissue. Losing all my money. Whatever it is you want to do with that. Just be aware that the sellers are up here, okay? They're going to try to woodshed this thing on Tuesday and Wednesday down here. You see that? And then you're going to be able to buy, or you're going to be tempted to buy the dip down here on Wednesday. Get the big old print for the weekend. Does that make sense? Yes, Jim James? No? You get your best advice from a camel on the internet? This all jiving here. There is another question here too, which is there's a couple things to look at. There's a couple points I'll make on this. As usual, this is a gamma map. This can change. You know, if they would shut us down here, we start smashing through here and putting in new lows. Bears will have our asses. We're going to go trade the 20s and zeros. What's another thing here we have to think about? This is a big, 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 big thing, right? This is a huge call wall. You know, they're telling you no down here, and then all of a sudden you're up here. Before you know it, you're up here. And then when you're thinking about what happens during OPEX for August, like does this daily trigger start moving up? Does this thing get jackknifed down? You know, and then we're grindy. That holds, you know, because you're building this out, right? You know, if we start building this out, I mean, I don't know that we can do that right now. I'll be honest with you, we're coming into the bear times. September and October, November. We're coming into Vol Wiz Bember. What do we call it? December. Vol Wiz Bember? Because Vol Wiz knows that December is volatile. Call it Volatility Wiz's month. So December can be actually quite volatile. But, you know, I want you to think about the idea that, you know, this is a pretty significant wall, and you're either above it or below it. You can make quick sweeps down below, you know, with volatility and stuff, but, you know, we're defending the 30s and the 40s down here. We're trying to break above this and defend this. Doesn't mean you can't come back down for a minute or two, but, you know, there's a pretty significant wall to start trading that 780 into the end of the year. You know, the banks have 780. We could trade 820 too. 820 in December or March. But, you know, I want you to think about the idea that this, like, if you just look at the chart that I showed you earlier, that big concentration, the big concentration of call gamma there, getting over this 760 is not going to be easy. Holding the 760 brings up all kinds of questions. Brings up, like, do you get, like, the JPM and the GS come out and say, we have a new outlook for the end of the year. We're changing our outlook. Instead of 780, it's now 820. You know, it's like this 760 is a pretty significant thing. You want to think about the idea that traders don't want to trade 760 to 780 into December, and we're only in August. You know, we're only in August. We got many months ahead of us. So, you know, 200 points up to trade 780 on December 31st is not a fuck ton of room. So you're either going to be looking for new outlooks from the street, you know, hey, we're going to go up another 400 points or another 800 points or 600. Or we're going to get pushed down from this where we are right now. Like, they're going to tell you to fuck off so that we can make more money into the end of the year. Does that make sense? Because you need more room. You don't want to be trading sideways from 760 to 780 into December 31st. That would be the shit of nightmare fuel. Someone's going to want to break that up, right? So that we can actually make money in these bigger moves to the upside. So this 760 is going to be a pretty big thing, is my point. So you're either going to get new outlooks from the street, or we're going to get up there and we're going to start selling those 70s. You know, you're selling the dream of 770 and 780. And if you're a dealer, we could be looking at a pretty ugly fall, right? The dealer's you're gonna be buying 770s, 780s, and they're gonna want to woodshed your ass, not print you to the last possible fucking moments like they did this past Friday into today. You get what I'm saying? So think about that stuff and the mechanics of this stuff as we move forward on a more macro scale of things. Be looking for better outlooks if you don't see them. I'd be fearful of, you know, selling you a bunch of calls and then burning them to the ground. Someone in here earlier said they have 125,000 they want to spend. I would not be the guy trying to buy those calls. Like, I wouldn't be trying to buy 7,700, 7,800 on the first trip to them. I'd be like waiting for the pullback off of the original round of selling those. And then you're looking for like a monthly low in August, September, October, November, somewhere in one of those months. You can start checking like the 12th, 18th, 20th month end, any of those key inflection points of the month. Normally in like the 12th, we start trying to back test the prior month, sometimes prior quarters. So like if you're wanting to spend that money, whoever said that in the chat, this first run to 7,600, potentially close to 7,700, I wouldn't be trying to get calls for the end of the year on that trade. I would be trying to wait for some kind of like doom. You know how we had doom last week? That's what you wait for, something like that, or middle of the month, like the 20th or something. Like if they start selling on the 12th, they get us down on the 18th, 20th, and a major low or something. Vixpiration, we jackknife down. Get better positioning for that trade into the end of the year. Does that make sense? You're out there watching. So the next trade to 77, 7,800, you don't want to do the first FOMO trip. You can day trade it, but you don't want to put the big trade on for the end of the year until those retailers are done rolling their calls higher and the call sellers are done selling those calls, and then the dealers get to counter that trade. They delta hedge that whole fucking trade. And once they're done dumping, you come back in and you buy that trade if you want, if you're like me, directional trader, into the end of the year. Does that make sense? Everybody clear on that? You should set an alarm on your calendar for the end of quarter and say, Cap told me not to buy the 77 and 7,800s until, now. Okay? For the end of the year. So I clear on that. It's Chopstick saying door to 75.90 is open. Watch this closely. Let's come back down below here. Main screen. We've got the 1030 buyers looking for the buyers at 1230 here, 12 and 1230. This one right here. Put this one in here for 11. You guys should be set here for a week. If anything bad happens to me while I go to the surgeon, they tell me bad news. Let's mark these right here. I think they're going to try to come in and sell this, or at least make it flat. Let's watch this here. Ooh, they didn't sell this down here. Well, we still we haven't really, we didn't fail this. We hit it. So I was wrong here. This is wrong. That is the target for the day right there. Should I do an SPX chart on the side over here, maybe? I'm watching it up here. Just keep your eyes on SPX. And I'll check right now SPY price target for today. On Gamma. I'm tighter, guys. Pools, Gex Viz. Can do SPY as well. If we're gonna hit this, if we're gonna hit the 75.90 and 7,600. 0 dates, we have two targets. We got a target of 754. We've already passed that one. We've got another target of 755. We've got another target of 756. We're pretty close. I'm getting fairly close for targets on the day. I do have two more targets of 757 and 758. We'll put these up here as a warning track. Oh, uh-oh. I just cleaned my desk this morning and I just spilled coffee all over it after freshening the entire thing up. We're going to do a warning track right here. That's the yellow. And then we have, I said 757. And the last one to clean out would be 758 even if we could. Right in here. Uh-oh. Hold on here, guys. I think I got the first time I got a little bit of my keyboard. Sorry about that. That's the first time I've ever poured a liquid into my keyboard. That frustrates me. I try not to be that guy that has like the PC with the cockroaches in it and the fucking ants growing out of it and the mice building a nest. You ever seen those pictures of people bring their Xboxes in to get them fixed and like I don't know what's wrong with it. They've put crumbs and drinks down inside their Xbox for many years. Also note here that R3 is 762.60. Yeah, this target's hit. We're good on that. That's kind of thick right there, isn't it? It's a little upset or a little crazy there. Make that one green. This one green. That right there. I want to sell that so bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. Got some puts here. Zero dates. Well, they're dirt cheap too, aren't they? What's that SPX target down there? Whew. Into the bell. It's pretty fucking deep. Let's look at where that is. Oh, that's all the way down here. 743. Anything under 750. Some Tuesday calls for 743. What puts? I mean, what are those fucking things running? 750 put, 53 cents for tomorrow expiry. Ooh. I gotta be patient here. What would those print? What would a 750p for tomorrow print if we traded? If we trade. Oh, did any of you guys buy ASIO by chance on Friday? That shit's ripping faces off right now. Anybody buy ASIO on Friday when I posted it on Twitter? It's trading a high of $1.53. It was at $1.32 when I posted it. I don't know what the fuck that's up right now. I think that's up. What is that up right now? That's juicy. It's gonna roll right now. Just a heads up. But I think it's up a total of 10% since I posted it. It's juicy right now. AZIO, the old school EVTV. You guys remember when I was buying EVTV? I was buying it at like 30 cents, $1, 50 cents. I think I bought it the first time at $1 something, then I bought it all the way down to like 30 cents. Anybody trading EVTV out there? It had a high of $2.35 on Thursday. I'm hoping that it'll go up back up there and do a equal leg up there, or not, maybe not an equal leg. If we get to like $2, I'd be happy. AZIO, they just did a merger. It's an AI holding company that was doing like they were doing like EV vehicles. Now they're building shit to blow up China. Maybe not blow up China. They're doing data centers, which we all hate, but they are doing data centers in Texas. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, the stock for me is up 10 point something percent, 10.99 or something, since Friday. Hold on, I gotta I gotta brag about this trade because I took it with a buddy of mine. Hold on here. Oh yeah, that's what I got. I got 7% on today. No, they didn't, Joey. I killed these girls at at bowling. I was in there. I was showing up like a bunch of teenage and college boys in the bowling alley. I kid you not. I used like every throwing style you could and was racking up like 140s and 130s and shit on the. I was doing grandma bowling. I never knew how to bowl until I moved to the Midwest. So I learned from a bunch of guys from around here, and I'm a good bowler now. I was a terrible bowler, but I moved to the Midwest, so they taught me how to bowl. I used to let them team up on me, but I don't let them team up anymore. Hold on here. Ooh, look at that. SPY. I'm looking for some puts. Trade some SPY options today, tomorrow. How about Wednesday? What are 750s looking like? Ooh, they're expensive. Wednesday SPY puts are, what was it calls? Hold on. Wednesday SPY puts, 94 cents. They're double. I mean, we could start a position, couldn't we? Start a put position. I mean, starter position of puts here. We can add some more at the end of the day or something, middle of the day. SPX 8,000 a day. I think we can get up here. I think we can go up here and smash this to 12:30. I don't think the seller's going to come out until 12:30 of the close. So there is a downside target on today of or today of like 750, 748 by the end of day, but we don't necessarily have to hit that till tomorrow or Wednesday. It looks like Wednesday is where the juice is. So we could probably drag this out all day long. I would think buying puts is probably better saved for like 12:30 close or something like that. Okay, next thing we got to do here. We got to talk about. So you've got your gamma stuff, right? You're fairly got a good idea on that. You know we're kind of close here. We'll come back to roll higher, I believe, on the weekend. At some point, either today or the close today, expect some kind of a roll into Tuesday. There's a second like bump around thing going on for Wednesday. We might not get an unclench to go up again until Wednesday, middle of the day, something like that. What else do I have for you guys here? Like important stuff. Let me see. 10 a.m. tomorrow, we get JOLTS. ISM Services PMI on Wednesday. Jobless claims on Thursday, but not really that important. Non-farm payroll, NFP, on Friday. That's interesting because that would mean that we're up into Friday. The Gamma says we'll be up on Friday into NFP, which is kind of interesting. We should be like above 7,600 when FP comes out. Unemployment rate on Friday as well. And then Tuesday of next week, we get existing home sales on Tuesday. Wednesday, we get core inflation. Here's this crazy. Ready? So we get NFP and unemployment rate on Friday, which should be good and send us up and over. But here's where it gets fascinating. We get inflation numbers on the 12th, and that normally is where we start selling. That should be the trigger. That inflation rate should come in hot as fuck. Listen to me closely. The core inflation rate that comes out on Wednesday at 8:30 a.m., right? CPI, inflation rate month over month, year over year. That shit should be fucking flaming hot. That should be a trigger for us to sell into OPEX, OPEX of expiration. Like, that should be the trigger. Look to be selling, taking your money and running no later than Wednesday, August the 12th. Let me just check something here. I'm ready to start selling. I think you gotta be patient. I think if you're a bear, you probably gotta wait till the end of the day. I could be wrong, or I would wait. I'd wait till like at least 12:30, see if the sell flows come in. The 10:30 flows are buy flows, so I'd be looking for like 12. Like, we'll check at 12:30. We'll check at the end of the day. Unless we start losing this. If we start losing this 5-minute trigger, I'll say yes to then too. One of the three. We're either gonna blast down here, make a new low, and we can say, yeah, that's it, we're done. We'll check again at 12:30, and we'll check again at the close. Just a little pullback. We're not quite there yet. If the bears are here, okay, if we lose the 1 in 5 minutes, I'm gonna give it to you. We're gonna ride to Valhalla. Just be patient. Just be chill. The fucking bulls, man, they're not done yet. I don't think they're done yet. Hold on here. I gotta check my phone. I'm getting a bunch of messages and stuff. It's all this beeping. I'm just getting a bunch of announcements here. Oh, I got Snap earnings after the bell. Better go fucking vertical. I guess I'm riding and dying on ER for Snap. It's a good thing it's goddamn shares. Gotta put some music on. I can't. I'm getting in trouble. I got in trouble last week. I got demonetized because of talking about cancer last week. It's kind of fucked up. Try to tell people what's up and what's going on, and they don't like telling the truth. So I got to be chill this week. I don't want to catch any copyright strikes, anything like that today. This week I got to be chill. Maybe I'll sing you a song or something. I can't this week. I want to put music on. I have some AI stuff. Maybe I can put some AI stuff on for you. I had a guy in the Discord last week give me a song. It's really ear bleeding shit. It's like the song I play with pink something dancing on rainbows, pink fucking fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. He gave me a bull song in a DM, and I listened to it and it made my ears bleed. Maybe we can play that song today. It's copyright free. Yeah, I gotta be easy. I gotta be easy on the what I'm talking about this week. What I'm gonna do, I think, instead at this point is, I think I heard that there were doubters last week. Someone made a comment, and so I'm assuming if he made a comment, other people thinking the same thing. So they're just not saying it; they're being nice. So I think what I'm gonna do is just take video of me in the hospital. Then I'm gonna take some video of me getting the operation if I can, so you guys can see me with the. Because I'm getting a pretty major operation coming up here next week or two. Could be in the next few days. I might come back to you guys today and tell you that I'm kind of fucked up for the next few days. And the wife and kids are gone, so I'll be doing this operation alone. Believe it or not, it's like we didn't know this was going to happen. I spent so much money on this trip for them that they got to go take it one way or another. So maybe I'm going to need you guys to help me. If anything goes wrong, see you and I, boys and girls. Let's watch this right here. Just want to see if we can catch this new high right here. We want to trade 75538. Keep an eye on this one right here. Just watch this closely. If you're a bull, you want to see a new high to buy to go up. Otherwise, we're going to woodshed down here. I cut my hair too. Did anybody notice? The hair is like gone. Cut it to my chin. No one out there noticed? Should I cut my hair? Shaved off like 3 or 4 inches. I had to do it myself though. I had the wife and the kids all went for nice haircuts to like the best haircutter in Detroit. And I took a pair of shears and just went. I did it myself. Sorry. The auto mod is I've had complaints about auto mod. I will check into it. I know part of that's a YouTube thing, and it could be YouTube monitoring me right now. It might not be me. Just a word to you that last week, I got a warning last week from the streaming services saying don't talk about, they say like you can only say unalive these days and stuff like that. Like if I'm unalive from cancer, stuff like that, they have to kind of be. I think they're being watched right now, so we got to keep it cool. Well, plus I was playing music and stuff, so I kind of hit the trifecta of don't do that on stream. So I'm gonna I'm going to go back to the norm where we're not doing that. Let's keep an eye on this one, this target right here. If we can get this nice little, we can catch this nice little new high right here. This would be the low. We won't do that one. It'll just be just right here. Get the new low right here. Bang, bang. We'll go up here, do a leg, and then we'll do this one right here. Just watch that one little tick right there. That's all you need to see. That's it. That's all you need to see. Come back down here. Put in the new leg for the high. Come back down here and smash this thing right here. This becomes right here. Don't need to worry about it. Get rid of that one. Stops are taken. Bears, get out of the way. You're now waiting until 12:30. Don't fuck with this. You got to wait till in here now. They're going to pound into this 12:30 here. Don't mess with it. Closing the gap on SPX. Trading 75, 80, 25. Looking for a target of 75, 90. The gap being chewed away right now. I have a tweezer candle on a 1 minute right now. That's a reversal candle. Need to have a green candle for continuation to the upside. Yeah, you see it? It doesn't want to do the all-time high. Let me just show you SPX really quick what it's doing right now. Let's just grind. You can see it right here as a gap right here. Just grinding up, trying to take out this gap. Target for today, 75.90. Be careful about this. We do have a target inside of today of down here. So there is risk of like a blast to the downside. I would like to prefer to see it like grind up here and then dump tomorrow, but just be careful of the
US looking to sell 79, excuse me, 90.
there is a danger here at like 12:30 of selling hard.
$9 billion. Prior high yield for the 3-month of 3.815%. Prior bid cover 3-month bill of 3.0.
Currently, it looks pretty good. Doesn't look bad.
Also for the
I think we're good until at least 12:30.
3.945%. Prior bid cover 3.12%.
Here's 12:30. Jump for a squeeze and pop here. Getting fairly close. Yeah, there's no like. If we lose this, we have a trade to 50, and then we have a trade to 43 potentially. It could get nasty to the downside. Let me just check VIX really quick. See how close VIX is coming to a bottom. I want to check the 30-year too. If you want to follow along with me. Let me just show you where VIX is really quick. I had this in here. We're pounding on this right now. This would be a beautiful fucking thing right there, but I don't know if we can get down there. Had this as a target. This is where the buyers showed back up, or this is where the buyers took off right here. They're buying vol, so I'm assuming they're going to be parked here waiting. If we can squeeze SPOOs, this should get shaken out. We'll go down. Just note that the bears most definitely, they'll be right in here. This is where they're going to try to buy it, right here. Not quite there yet, but there's some gaps to close down below. This could equal out into a squeeze. There's VIX 9-day. You come down here, they're going to try to buy in, but I don't know if we squeeze this up so quick. This would be like a quick pop-up, then a quick pullback, then you get some kind of a rip higher.
They would say beg,
and then ricochet over here.
Scheduled in the immediate future, and they say openly and proudly they're not having any discussions, that nothing is being talked
VIX
about.
9-day, I'll bring it over.
Only dealing with Oman. So Trump just says that nothing gets through to Iran without US approval, and nothing gets through to Iran unless we want it to. Again, the Iranian leadership is duplicitous.
Kind of shows this pop up, right? Pop up, right? Then a quick flush, then back up again.
So Trump says the Hormuz is controlled by the US Navy.
Only blood. There's 12:30.
Trump says that we are talking with solution to a problem that Iran caused.
Just want to check 30-year yield really quick.
So Trump says whether Iran wants to admit it or not.
That yield is running right now too.
Problem that they've caused.
30-year is up to 5.22. Be careful of the yield running up higher right now. Yield now at 5.22. Yield hot right now. VIX 9-day coming down into our interest in buying vol. Coming in new flows for 12 and 12:30. Oof.
Further from the headlines regarding to Anthropic being invited to the White House for tomorrow. According to sources familiar with the meeting, Anthropic is invited to the White House Tuesday to discuss AI safety testing by the US government. So, reminder, earlier headlines were saying that the White House hosts AI companies on Tuesday to review framework that includes OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic.
I'm going to get rid of this mark here just so you can see it.
Auction data.
Trump saying nothing gets through to Iran without U.S. approval. Iranian leadership is unbelievably duplicitous. Hormuz being controlled by the U.S. Navy. We are talking about a solution to a problem that Iran caused. I don't see something for him. I don't see a link for him. I don't know where he's saying this. Yeah, Solix bullshit. I don't think we're rolling here. I think it was you took their stops. They're getting out of their shorts. Cisray, you took their stops. They're now getting out of short for the up move. I'm not bearish here. Just giving them a chance to get out here as they get run over. They're about to get run over here. Need to see it drop below the 5-minute trigger, which is right here. You can already see the bulls are going to try to come in here and hold this up. See that 5 minutes coming in? Even if we zigzag down here, you can see the poop mountains right here. Even if we get dragged in here somehow before the run up, you can see the 5 minute coming up to save the day. Still bullish here. Need to be underneath the 1 and 5 minute trigger with a bear plane on it. A bear plane would look like this. If you wanted to get bared up, like early day, you'd see this happen right here. You'd say this happened right here. You'd see price action that kind of looks like this. Blood it down, pinging in here. You can even see like a low down here, and then
3 spots.
The price action would look kind of like this.
6-1.
So we can switch from buying calls to buying puts for Wednesday.
5% bid cover of 2.98. So
Not there just yet.
$2 billion of 3-month bills and $79 billion of 6-month bills.
If we do that, targeting 50 on close and then 40, probably 43 by open tomorrow or something like that. You get messy. It should look just like that chart I have here. I'll show it to you again. Now this is a target for today, and it is a target for tomorrow. I put it down here for like 10:30 in the morning, and then a double bottom over here, and then up into NFP. I left this kind of for NFP on Friday. Here's Friday right here. I don't have the data for this, so. And even if we pop up here and then dump, we're getting close. We're not quite there yet. The other thing, too, is if we do the look above, if you do the look above here, whoopsie.
3-month US awards, 10.
That's going to hurt. That's painful.
And for the 6-month US awards, 65.4% of bids are high.
So don't get caught yet if you're a bear. Just be chill right now. They smash this thing up in a 12:30 or 1:30 this afternoon, 6 p.m. You're going to be pissed off. They're going to eat you alive for like the next fucking 6 hours, you're going to be pissed off and mad. Just be patient. Wait for the roll and the 1 in 5 minute trigger. I'm going to read a few things to you really quickly here. We're going to get the oil and gas stuff out of the way. And I probably want to get the reason I want to get this out of the way, if you're just joining us, is because the last couple weeks, I've seen and read and heard the diarrhea, pure, utter diarrhea, that we're all doomed due to oil and gas and distillates and lubricants and the little tiny things out there that the U.S. doesn't have access to. And it's folly that you say that. And I don't know if you know if you're either working for oil and gas companies or if you're just you're working for them without knowing that you're working for them. And I've got no love for oil and gas companies. I hope that you don't either. I don't like going to the pump and paying big money. I don't think any of you do either. And I think you need to dispel that myth so that you don't have egg in your face. You realize, what happens with this stuff is you hear it regurgitated, and then it starts to slow down and then disappear, and you wind up being the only guy there going, "Wait a minute, what happened to the big doom from the petroleum reserves running dry? Why are we not, blowing up or whatever?" And so last week I tracked a bunch of these people, and I can't tell who they are. I made commentaries to them. They're high follow counts. They are parroting stuff, and they get big likes, like 100 likes, 300 likes, million likes. And I just can't tell who they actually are. And I don't want those people to have egg on their face, to be honest with you. I want them to know what the real information is. I want them to be asking the right questions. And then I want to hunt them down later and find out who they actually work for. Do they actually working for these companies? And my posit here is that the oil and gas trade is pure greed and profit. That's what it is. Period. That's all it is at this point. We've priced in the Strait of Hormuz at this point. Remember, we priced it in when it first took place. Now, there will be some money priced into that permanently, but outside of that, we are a net exporter of everything. We can always use austerity if we need to, and we are not living in the 1970s any longer. If that's the case, and we're not living in the 1970s any longer, so I got to get the focus back in my face over here. If we're not living in the 1970s anymore, and the situation in the U.S. has changed, and you got to remember that we don't need OPEC. We don't anymore. That's where the austerity comes in if we really need it. Like, hey, we're going to just keep this for ourselves, kind of a thing. Not only that, the shortages are not the same as COVID, where there just is not any available. Most of this stuff is available. We are the premier country in the world. We have the most wealth in the world. So we forget that stuff when we're beating ourselves up in the United States. We tend to say, like, I don't like this, I don't like that, I don't like this, I don't like that. In fact, who you should be not liking right now, in my view, is the oil and gas companies. They are posting record profits right now. If the oil and gas companies were just holding on because of the price of oil and gas, you would see no profits, would you? If you are Main Street Bob that is now hunting me down on socials you should be looking at the ERs of these oil and gas companies. Record profits. That's not a company that's going to implode. You understand what I'm saying? Where an oil and gas company is telling you, oh my God, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The U.S. is going to implode. But yet they have record profits. They would not have record profits if that was the case. So I'm going to read a story from you. This just came out. And I was harping on this last couple of weeks. And I guess what? Thankfully, Wolf covered it over the weekend. And some of the regurgitators I went to last week and said, you should check out Wolf Richter. And they were like, fuck that guy, and I don't know who that guy is, whatever, blah blah. And I got the data from the IEEA AI about the reserves going down, and I'm like, it doesn't matter if the reserves are going down. It does not matter. They're being used for an unintended purpose from a time period where we needed them in case we were cut off from oil. It does not matter if we are cut off from oil and gas anymore. So I'm going to read this to you and show you some quick charts here. And as I read through this article to you, I'm going to make you suffer. Make you suffer through this stuff here. So that you can get the actual data and the information correct. And that you're not a lackey for oil and gas. You're not a lackey for, unintentionally a lackey for interests. You get what I'm saying? It's an important thing, especially if you don't like certain things. Wouldn't it be a shock if you weren't actually paid to do this stuff and you were unintentionally paid to do this stuff? Also, that's what is happening.
Says that Iraq sold 35.5 million barrels from southern ports and 7 million from the.
I'm gonna piss off the Dems right now, and I'm a Dem. Okay, the SPR gets drained to dump crude oil on global markets. U.S. exports of crude oil and petroleum products spike. Crude oil exports hit a record of 5.7 million barrels per day in May. Exports of ultra-low sulfur diesel hit a record 1.54 million barrels per day, etc., etc. This is across the board. The global spike in the prices of crude oil. I'll show you the actual data. As we rip faces off over here. I'll leave this right over here for you. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to bring this over here. And we're going to dispel this garbage once and for all. The global spike in the prices of crude oil and petroleum products such as diesel, gasoline, and jet fuel have cranked up the U.S. production and export of machinery, supplemented by massive releases of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the SPR as you know it, that were either directly exported to the rest of the world or refined and exported as value-added product. At the same time, imports of crude oil and petroleum products plunged further. Net exports minus imports soared to a new record of 5.9 million barrels per day in May, according to EIA data today. The U.S. became the largest crude oil and least condensate producer in the world in 2018. In 2025, it produced 37% more than Russia and 42% more than Saudi Arabia. Let me say that again. The U.S. became the largest crude oil and least condensate producer in the world in 2018. In 2025, it produced 37% more than Russia and 42% more than Saudi Arabia. On an annual basis, the U.S. became a net exporter, exporting more than importing in 2020, and the gap has soared since then. Why is that? Why? You should be asking yourself, and you can look at this chart right here to see it. This chart is U.S. net exports minus imports, crude oil and petroleum products, diesel, gasoline fuel, jet fuel, etc. It is mooning. Why is it mooning? Forget about Iran for a minute. And I want you to think about why. Why are we becoming this? It is the same reasoning why when you were looking at 2005, 2010, 2015, we began a process of trying to unwind ourselves, untangle ourselves from China. The nail in the coffin was COVID. COVID was like the test case where we figured out if we went to war, like a hot war with China. We're already in a trade war, been a trade war with China since the early 2000s. Every fucking president, whether they're a Democrat or Republican, has gone to war with China since the early 2000s. And post-COVID was the nail in the coffin for the time needed for CEOs in the U.S., for officials to have the time to finally come together behind closed doors and say, we have to do something. If we go to a hot war with China, we're not going to have goods for the U.S. We're not going to have oil and gas. We're not going to be able to fight the war. And we're coming into this new AI, machine learning, and quantum space. So quietly behind the scenes, the U.S. has been doing things, right? Hey, we're going to go back to Mexico and say, we started with NAFTA, then we did a USMCA, and you definitely have factories, but who owns them? Not Mexico, it's China. Who owns the ports? Mexico or China has their people there, right? The same thing is going on in the Panama Canal. It's going down in Venezuela. And then you've got Iran with the Strait of Hormuz. So when you think there's a gotcha moment, like the U.S. is fucked, if you actually look at the data of like industrial build-outs, machinery build-outs, data center build-outs, energy, this is all quietly happening in the background for our standoff with China. We are in a trade war. Most world wars start with what? Trade wars. Most wars start with trade wars. Then they become cold wars. Then we have what else happens, right? We get proxy wars. And then we have this moment, this come to Jesus moment where you say, excuse me, you said you wanted to go to war. And we release the information publicly, but we don't necessarily look at it. You're not going to get Bloomberg telling China on the front page, hey, everything is great. You're going to get Bloomberg and everybody else telling everything is horrible. And then you're pushing that narrative out there. And in reality, that's not really what's going on. What's really going on is we're becoming self-sufficient. The U.S. became the largest crude oil and least condensate producer in the world in 2018. 25 produced 37% more than Russia, 42% more than Saudi Arabia. Our annual basis, the U.S. became a net exporter, exporting more than importing. In 2020, and the gap has soared since then. The gap has soared since then. Look at that. Look at it. The source is from the EIA. On exports of crude oil spiked further in May.
AI business from training to interference.
Turn that off. Turn that guy off, that fucking bear. He doesn't like that we're going to squeeze up. Exports of crude oil. Crank it, baby. Oh, hold on. Exports of crude oil. Look at that bad boy over there. Spiked further in May to a record 5.73 million barrels per day, up 58% from a year ago, helped by a massive burst of supply from the SPR. The releases from the SPR went overseas and helped push down the global price of crude oil. Global price of crude oil. There is nothing sacred anymore about the SPR. The Biden and Trump administrations both used it to beat down the global price of crude oil. Buy low, sell high. And that's the only thing that it's good for, since the U.S. is awash awash in its own product. We have so much that we can give our helping hand to the rest of the world to lower the price of oil and gas. That's how much we have, that we can send it overseas to help them and not ourselves. So when you hear about the SPR, it's to lower global prices, not U.S. prices. And we have not even moved into austerity where we keep it for ourselves to lower our own prices. Exports of petroleum products such as diesel, gasoline, and jet fuel dipped in May from the huge spike in April and March to 7.81 million barrels a day, up by 18% year over year. That's this one right here. Wait till you see this bad boy. This doesn't sound like doom and gloom to me, boys. And this is the narrative that's taking place right now. This is exports of petroleum products, diesel, gasoline, jet fuel, etc. Literally mooning. The U.S. has been the largest producer of diesel in the world for years, but consumes less than Europe because nearly all passenger vehicles with internal combustion engines in the U.S. run on gasoline, whereas in Europe, the vast majority of passenger vehicles with internal combustion engines run on diesel. That means that we are selling our diesel to Europe for profits to bring cash back into the United States of America. Exports of ultra-low sulfur diesel spiked further to a record 1.54 million barrels per day in May, up by 36% year over year. More broadly, of exports of petroleum products, distillate fuel oil were up 1.65 million barrels. Finished motor gasoline, 806,000 barrels per day. Jet fuel, 336 barrels per day. Propane, 2.2 million barrels per day. Butane, 893,000 barrels per day. And ethane, 717,000 per day. That means we're not using it. We have extra to send out. And the SPR has been getting drained to dump crude oil. We're trying to dump crude oil. So the explanation as to why we are doing that is because we don't fucking need this oil and gas. We don't need its distillates. We don't need any of it. None. Here's strategic petroleum reserves. The intent here is to sell it. Hey, check it out. There's Biden in there selling it as well. Shocker. Shocker. There's Biden selling it. Now Trump's selling it. Why? The only use for the strategic petroleum reserve any longer is to make money. Make money. Bring down the price of gas and oil in. Make money selling it. We can go back in and buy it again cheap to refill our reserves at any time we want. Does the United States need OPEC anymore? The answer from you should be no. We are willing participants today in OPEC, but we are not required to be in OPEC any longer. We got zero fucks to give. At any point we can say, what? We're done. No, we're going to keep something for ourselves. Is there anybody in the world that can tell us no? Let me ask you that. Is there anybody in the Middle East, anybody in China, anybody in Russia that can tell us no? The answer to that question is no. So I'm going to give you a few more things here. I'm going to give you some of the zeitgeist and some of the regurgitation that's out there. I'm going to read to you. I'm not going to name names or anything, but here's someone here. Not sure if this is from a guy named Bob. Not sure if this is logical, but the U.S. has a decent amount, not even abundance of proven reserves, and a huge amount of unproven reserves. The challenge seems to be having a significantly high price to encourage the investment of those reserves and ideally more refineries to process sweet crude. However, that seems problematic without growing oil demand. Obviously, huge opportunities for export, but this primarily benefits oil companies rather than consumers. Our SPR is typically filled with at least half sour crude that is imported and used by South Coast refineries, so not clear how they address filling it. Canada, I guess, can supply a lot of sour. And Wolf's response here was, Glenn, the U.S. does not need sour crude. It buys oil where it's cheapest, and it's cheap when imported from Canadian regions that are badly connected to the global markets and export mostly to the U.S. There's been a lot of investment on both sides to make that trade work for both sides, and it's in everyone's interest to keep it going. That Canadian heavy crude, Western Canada Select, trades at a discount because it's so close to us and because of the pipelines. It trades at a discount of around $11 to $16 per barrel to the West Texas Intermediate, which is WTI, to the endless chagrin of Canadians. Currently, WCS is about $71, and WTI is about $85, a discount of about $14 per barrel. That discount tells you Canada needs to sell it more urgently to the U.S. than the U.S. needs to buy it. If the U.S. were really dependent upon it, the price would be far higher. Pipelines get built to profit from price differences or arbitrage price differences, in addition to connecting producing and consuming regions, including pipelines from Canada to the U.S. Because everyone wants cheap oil, everyone except Canada. And so Canadians keep spending bazillions on expanding their pipeline across the Rockies to ship this oil to global markets to push up the price of WCS. But that low price of WCS, $14 lower than WTI, is why U.S. refineries continue to buy Canadian crude and why pipelines get built to import it. Gulf Coast refineries import very little crude oil from Venezuela. So anyone that's making the argument that Venezuela sweet, we need that as well, we only take in 144,000 barrels per day in 2025. So if you start thinking about, like, we're the middleman even when we need something. We get it cheaper from somewhere else, and we even produce it. So we produce our shit, we sell it, produce our shit, and sell it at a high price. And we get your shit cheaper, and we sell that at a higher price. And then Venezuela, you already know that we've taken it over, haven't we? As a matter of fact, our Treasury Department is quote-unquote funding the rebuilding right now of Venezuela. So all these large pieces are moving around the world, aren't they? They're moving everywhere. We're moving right now in the Strait of Hormuz. There's another argument made right now that the SPR is being reduced to cut the budget deficits. As for exports of distillates like diesel, gasoline, etc., they could have embargoed their export to reduce our domestic prices. And Wolf's response to that was, that's not really how it works. Because SPR oil isn't sold. It's an exchange agreement and has to be repaid in kind with a premium. But theoretically, in terms of reducing the deficit, since early March, they drained 108 million barrels from SPR. If they get an average price of $90 per barrel, it would bring in less than $10 billion over a 5-month period. So about $2 billion a month in deficit reduction. You'd have to look at it with a microscope to see it in an overall deficit running at a rate of about $2.2 trillion per year. Meanwhile, that's how we get a bull run. We need to run a deficit for a bull market. Here's another one. This is a commenter. He writes, from today's Wall Street Journal, quote, America's largest oil companies reported a blockbuster quarter after the Iran war caused a historic dislocation in global markets that sent energy prices soaring, end quote. Exxon more than doubled profits. Chevron had its highest quarterly earnings ever. Quote, margins for making products like jet fuel, diesel, and gasoline climbed to record highs. Record highs. Oil prices eased toward the end of the quarter in hopes for a lasting peace deal between the U.S. and Iran that would fully reopen the strait, but prices for products kept climbing. allowing refineries to profit from the difference between the cost of crude and the revenue generated from refined petroleum products. So if you are the person out there saying, hey, prices are high and the SPR is being depleted, and the reason prices are high is because the strait is closed, you are not telling the entire story. It is not because there's a limit that we can't buy that stuff. It's because of the greed of these companies. You are literally pushing the narrative for these companies to demand higher prices for oil and gas when we actually have plenty. Wolf's response was, yes, that's what I've been saying since early March. The entire price increases went to profits. There was never, ever a reason in the U.S. other than profiteering for gasoline prices to jump. So when you read across social media, prices are going to keep going higher. You are the mouthpiece for more profits for a gas company and an oil company. That's what you are doing. It's saying that. Literally what you are doing. Like, nothing adds up to this. Literally nothing. It's an opportunity to gain profit, to make money. Another commenter made a comment saying, hey, Wolf, thanks for pointing out that the U.S. does not need a strategic reserve and that the SPR's current function is to influence prices in the world market. I continue to be puzzled by why oil prices are not higher. We are told that 20% of the world's crude passes through Strait of Hormuz. Many people predicted that there would be several shortages. Perhaps you could discuss this in a future post. And in this article, if you want to read it, it just came out this weekend. Wolf's response was, the first thing you have to understand is that refiners buy oil where it's cheapest. There is a ton of overproduction globally, which is why OPEC restricts output. The oil coming through the Strait of Hormuz just happened to be cheaper, and so it got bought, including by refiners in California. But they can buy anywhere, including those in California, and they did. And other countries have ramped up production, including the U.S. Plus, oil was routed via existing pipeline away from the Strait of Hormuz, which makes that oil more expensive, but it's still going to market. It is still going to market. He does list a link here if you want to read about further into that oil for California and how it's being bought elsewhere. You've got a company saying we demand to buy it cheaper from the Strait of Hormuz, and all of a sudden it's closed. They now have to go elsewhere to get it. This harks back to my discussion about treadmills. It's not like It's not like COVID where there were no treadmills available. There's like 80 of 100 treadmills available. It's probably 85 or 90. You might have to pay more for it, but it's there. And the argument right now is that once the SPR is done, that we're fucked, that there's not enough oil, there's not enough gas. You might pay more for it, or you might just say, I'm not going to pay more for it. And the profits of these companies go down and they actually offer it to you cheaper. If you just say no, it's that simple. I'm not going to pay that price for oil and gas. It really is that simple. And here's the last one I want to read to you here. A guy named Mikey B said, it's not really his name, but I'm going to give you a different name. He says, we need to be careful in our discussion. U.S. refineries are not well matched to what U.S. produces. U.S. imports heavy sour crude in huge quantities and exports light sweet in even greater quantities along with distillates. Important nuance to keep in mind. And Wolf's response was, that's just zombie BS. Zombie bullshit. Zeitgeist bullshit out there that refuses to die no matter how often it gets killed. It just keeps getting regurgitated over and over again. And I'm really sick and tired of having to waste my time on this clueless BS. No, no, no. U.S. refineries are among, ready? And you don't want to know this because, people are angry right now, right? U.S. refineries among the biggest and most efficient in the world. They constantly upgrade their equipment to maximize their profits. The U.S. is the biggest producer of distillate in the world, and exports about 20% of its own production, most of it obtained from light sweet crude. Wolf says, do yourself a favor and Google this. How many gallons of diesel from a barrel of light sweet crude? Just Google that to get your answer. Someone else commented here, China also reduced their petrodollar. What do we got here? My understanding is 20% is a huge overestimate given several countries have pipelines. China and U.S. have also drawn down reserves significantly. Reality is we won't see any of this in the U.S. like other parts of the world will, which is unfortunate since we are the ones who created the issue to begin with. The consequences of other oil products is not insignificant either, like fertilizer. But that won't show up anytime soon, and of course the U.S. won't be the worst hit either. And that's a big takeaway here. You have to remember that when we have 80 and not 20 treadmills, that we are the richest nation in the world. We can't afford to get those treadmills here, where another country may not be able to. China also reduced their petrodollar demand by a very large amount, likely buying direct from Russia off market and shifting to other fuel sources, a bit of a flex, a favor to the flatulent orange snoozer, and just preventing a slowdown or cost increase in their own exports of goods. Who knows? And Wolf responded to both these comments by saying, a report from the EIA, which consolidated shipping data by private sector sources and import data by the Chinese government, showed that imports plunged as China cut imports via tanker while roughly maintaining imports via pipeline from its neighbors. I.e., meaning when the Strait of Hormuz is closed, they're starting to build and use pipelines surrounding to get around the strait being closed. Iran is being choked off without you knowing it right now. Literally, not only that, the longer the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the more unreliant countries like China, countries like the U.S. will become and be in need to get its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. One way or another, whether we own Iran or whether we just choke it off to not be such an impact on global oil and gas supplies, in all outcomes, Iran loses. There's a couple other things in there, but I'm not going to read them to you. But nothing bad. It was all like, more just ripping on people, but I don't want to rip on people. So if you're out there and you see this narrative, like the U.S., once the SPR is done, gas prices are going to moon. At any point, the United States can move into austerity and say, you know what? We're just going to keep some for ourselves. And we're going to keep the price of gas low in the United States, or at least where you can afford it. So I think the bigger lesson here is it's almost like the Fed put. You could call that like our exports could be the Fed put for oil and gas, or you could even have some rules be put in. We had rules until about 2015 on profits of these companies. You could see the U.S. just step in. I mean, it's not even just using our exports. You could literally, we had a rule in the U.S. that limited profits of oil and gas companies. They could reinstitute that rule tomorrow. So you deplete the SPR, and all of a sudden you get the Congress just come straight in and go, sorry that you're going to limit your profits, and all of a sudden U.S. prices go whoop straight back down again. Do not. It's like, all right, we're in 12:30 now. We're so fucked, right? Let's check this for a back test here. And at 12:30 for new flows. We'll keep these all up and running down here. The 5 minutes right here. We're gonna raise this one up to right now. Get rid of that one. We just need this one right here. That's not that one. I think it's this one right here. I know I got to do the story time because I got slammed last week on Reddit. People were like, these guys all have like 500,000 followers and shit, and they were just like trying to eat me alive. And they were looking for like this big crash over the weekend. They were looking for like Valhalla and shit, and I'm just like, it's not gonna happen. You guys are wrong. You guys are all way wrong, and I don't know who's feeding you this shit. Like it's just bizarre. And the saddest part is these people, they have the right if they're just lackeys, then they should know that they are, or they work for oil and gas companies. It's one or the other. There's only two answers here. They're either working for them without knowing it by regurgitating this diarrhea, and I want them to know that they shouldn't be spinning that bullshit. So one way or either they shouldn't be spinning it because they don't know, or they're spinning it because they're being paid by those companies. One or the other. They're one or the other. There ain't no middle ground. So there is no doom and gloom on oil and gas. That is the end of it. Now, that doesn't mean we can't get out if we go to war. That's a whole other thing, though. You separate that. If we go to war with Iran, we will jackknife down, but that is not because of oil and gas, because of the uncertainty of war. Loss of American life, loss of American power, loss of American might, logistics, any of that kind of stuff. And we'll price that in separately. Can't believe I have to say that stuff, but that's the wrong one, too. Hold on, I got that. No, I got that right. I think I got that. It might be lower. It might be here. It might be this one right here. I may have been a little bit too high in that one. Let's see if they can hold this up into 1230. We're going to check our 1230 flows. Give me like 5 minutes here while we wait for these new flows. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta go potty, drink coffee and water. Been running around all morning, having a chance to even go pee. I'll put the Doom guy back on again. I can see a headline right here. Like here's the headline right here. This is meant to instill fear in you. Here's one right here. Where did I just see it? Stocks of crude oil in the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve fell by about 2.85 million barrels to 304 million barrels last week, the lowest since 1983. We're all fucked. if you want to look up on your own, you want to look up the effects of the repeal on the crude oil export ban that we had in this country until 2015. It actually bankrupted a bunch of U.S. Oil producers. If anybody remembers that, back in 2016, 18, you can look up the crude oil export ban. We actually have a history of austerity in this country. Let me just check this. Let me just do a quick zero date update and see if there's any new zero date gamma. Yeah, we're very close here. We're very close to a top here. We've got a target tomorrow of 749. We also have 747 as the put wall and 744 as the max pain for end of day today. I don't think we can get it, though. I think we have to wait till tomorrow. So one day tomorrow is showing 749 and 746 on gamma. Max pain 744 for tomorrow. I'm going to go potty. I'll be right back, guys. I didn't go take a break, so I got to change this. Be right back. See if we can catch a print here between 1:30, 2 p.m. This is where we get our new 4-hour candle in here at 2. Trying to go moon. I don't know if we can get all the way up here, but we got a target of 757, 758. Be careful of the flows that come in at 12:30. They could stop this whole party time over here to the upside. So we just want to make sure we've got upside flows after 12:30 p.m.
Nasdaq 100 standing gain to 1.5% now, session high.
the on-call center for Detroit Surgical Group. The office is closed for lunch. If your call is a life-threatening emergency.
Damn it. Oh, thanks. I didn't see that. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm trying to call. You guys want to know?
Meta extending gains to station high of 7.2%.
I got. You guys want to know my doctor's name? Seen as an influencer or something? I don't know. Trying to get a just make sure that the appointment's still on. They're closed until. I mean, do they know people have a job? They're like, we're closed for lunch. Sorry, we can't take your call. We're closed from 12 to 1 p.m.
Russian seaborne crude oil exports.
Couldn't they take lunch at like 11?
Set to increase by 4%
1?
in August from July, according to traders.
Grinding higher now, trading 756.51 for a target price of looking for targets of 757, 758 potentially. We're in the warning track up here. Hold your seatbelts here as we go higher. Smashing into 7590. This is the major call wall. Just a note to you, right where we are right now. Just note that this is the intraday major target right here. We're popping into it right now. Any kind of look above at this point is kind of a freebie or a gimme. Just make note of this. Getting into the warning track of FOMO, or coming into FOMO, I guess, right now. Hold on, let me just find out what my doctor's name is if you guys want to look her up. Hold on, I'll call her back again. I thought I looked it up last night. Let me check my, if anybody cares. I don't think anybody cares, but let me see what her name is. It's a woman. I looked up reviews for her. I don't know her. Her and her partner were the recommendation from my my GP recommended them. Hang tight here. Her name is what? I don't know where her name is. Well, here, let me check. My surgeon's name is Dr. Lindsay Nelson. LINDSAYNELSON. She gets good reviews. We'll see. I believe I have an appointment at 2:30, but I just want to ensure. I had a phone call about it on Friday or something, but so I make sure I'm going to the right place. I don't get lost. They said that if I missed the appointment, or if I was late by 15 minutes, that they would reschedule it. I can't have a reschedule. I have to get there early. So I just need to make sure I got the exact address, exact suite, all that kind of stuff. So just give me a few more minutes. I'm gonna try to find out some information in the background here. And sorry for having the hot mic here. I didn't know that I had a hot mic. Thank you for saying something. Yeah, exactly. Dr. Vinny. Vinny Two Tone's gonna be my doctor.
Conte Politico Meta is also to attend White House AI meeting tomorrow. According to CBS, citing U.S. officials that no new negotiations are planned despite Trump's comments. Nasdaq's extending gains last up 2.1%.
Let's put this down. One more second here, guys. I am here, so you can see me here. But I got to do send one more text message off here. Just give me a minute. Excuse me. Wait a minute. I got a phone call back. Looks like a phishing scam. I gotta check this number here. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. I'm like doing like medical stuff here, guys. Hang tight. Watch out here. See, I have this right here. You got that. Like, try to take that shot at 12, and now at 12:30 they're trying to take that shot. We just got to watch this here. This is still part of the 12:30 thing right here. It's the same as before. You're just looking for a new high post 12:30. Just inside of here, we're looking for. We want to watch to make sure we just get this new high right here. I'll draw the same one in that I drew earlier. Right here. Just want to see if we can have some continuation into 130. So we want to pop this up and then try to take this up. What we don't want to do is fail in here. Let's say we fail to get that new high and they dump it in here and then we start rolling over. We just want to watch this closely. Let's watch this closely here. You can see I just want to watch this here, see if we can get some continuation. Right in there. Yeah, see if we can bump this up right here. There's still a bunch of stops up here we could take out too. So a quick note to you that at 1 p.m. I have to call this doctor and just make sure that I have the directions down and how long it's going to take me to get there, that sort of stuff. I'm sorry I have to do this during the show, but if any of you, I've never been through this before, like, or to this depth of a doctor before, so I don't know. Or they did warn me that if I miss an appointment, even by 15 minutes, that they'll reschedule. That could be like 2 or 3 weeks. My GP is like, it has to happen like today. Like my GP is like, you probably be operated on as fast as possible. So I can't on my end miss this stuff. So I just got to double check on this stuff today, make sure everything is that my appointment's still on and that I'm not late to it for any reason. I know, Doctor of the Stars. Well, I talked to my GP. I talked to him at length about like when I was gone from here, when I'm not here, and people say, where is he at? Why is he not back yet? One of the conversations that I had with him took some prying, and it was about like, should I go to New York City to They have one of the best uh, colorectal cancer unit in the world, and then Minneapolis does as well. And my questions are like, should I do this, have this done in Detroit, or should I have it done in Ann Arbor, or should I have it done in Chicago or Minneapolis or LA or wherever, should I get a second opinion, that kind of stuff. So far they only have pre-cancer cells. So this seems like something I can do locally. And then it triggers a whole bunch of like logistical things I have to do if I'm going to go to those places to get this stuff done. So that's why I stuck with her, and her partner, whoever that other doctor is, for what it is and what we're doing at this point. I'm going to stay with where I'm at. If they had given me the diagnosis like, hey, you're stage 4 fucking rectal cancer, that kind of stuff, I'd probably would have triggered like going somewhere else to have the stuff done. I would want the best I could get and pay for. So that's where I'm at with my doctor, for what it is. And she's got good reviews too. So a lot of people said that she was the only doctor that cared about her. So, well, I guess I'll meet her today and find out everything. And as soon as I find everything out, I'll tell you guys. Like, I'll be full honest with you guys throughout the entire process here. This is something that's been going on for at least 2 or 3 years, and so we're just kind of there at that moment. It's been very traumatizing to be where I am with this, and I just want to make sure I get it done right, and in a timely manner, that kind of stuff. I don't want to fuck it up. I'm still kind of frightened, I'm still frightened to be on an operating table. Still frightened that they find something else or that they didn't see. Maybe they didn't take a biopsy deep enough, that kind of stuff. But I'm not really too afraid of that. I'm more afraid of like, put these up here and just see what this means. See if this is the actual top. Start trading sideways and down. Don't get too freaked out if you're a bull just yet. I just want to snap that up there and see. They did fail to get that new high. You see that right there? So that failure to get a new high to get long again. See this right here? A little bit of a failure here. We'll just watch this closely and see. There is a 5-minute check back lower. Just keep watching this. Get rid of that one now. It's from earlier. And we're going to do this one right here. Going to watch these closely here. We'll do one more right here. And we want to keep an eyeball out on this one. There might be a trap here for bulls. See this, there's one more white line right here. Want to see if we're opening doors to the downside here. Still 1230 flows. And note we did hit the intraday gamma target. So they're going to take a swipe at it here. I'm going to set up some puts just in case. Watch out for a low here, for a break below that green box. If we start rolling, you're going to see something just like this. You'll see a break below this, and then you'll see a nice new low down here, and we'll jack this down here. And we also have to make a phone call in like 8 minutes, and then I'll be here, I think, until 1:30ish. What we'll do is I'll give you an expectation into tomorrow. I did give you earlier this morning the gamma layout for what the expectation is the next few days. We'll look at that again if you're just joining the show late, and then I'll give you an outlook for tomorrow. I don't think we can dump. Maybe we can dump today, but I don't think we can dump till tomorrow. Or dump hard and heavy, I guess. Maybe 50. If it was going to get ugly at the end of the day, maybe 50. I'd like to see like that 50 and 43 tomorrow, if we even get the 43. I don't know if we can get that deep, but the higher we are, the easier it is to just retrace the front. And like retracing the Friday low would be nice, but not the third. Well, Thursday's pretty close to Friday, anyways. We'll take a look for the check back on last week. That's still pretty good here. That's nice to see right there. It's still holding on pretty good. I like that. That's good. No new low here. Still gotta wait though and watch. Want to see if we have a capitulation. Little bit of tiredness here. Fucking bulls are like, uh-oh. Yeah, that's not it. Not quite yet. Still haven't bursted just yet. Hold on, let me just check this. Yeah, that's pretty bad there. There's one more in here. This is I think I may have had that wrong. Might be this one right here. I might have just had that wrong. It's this one right here. This is the one you want to see if they break. Remember, this is a 1 minute chart. So we're counting pennies here. And like a 1 hour chart, it's like not even moving. Let's mute this here for a minute. New Squawker's quiet because he's probably in puts. Take that one out. Then we'll end up trading. We'll start looking at this here, this 5 minute trigger here for the base. There might be a little slam down in here. If we get through this line here, you'd be a little bit of like break that one, then this one right here. There's your cup and your handle. Also starts this thing right here. Come back up in here. You kind of see it right here. It's right down there. Try for a quick jackknife down. You like the down here and then wham, wham. Something like that. Not there yet though. Still not underneath the 1 and 5 minute trigger. Still no roll.
30 p.m. Eastern time. Trump is due to sign executive orders. So with the White House press pull.
Still no new low here, so that's all still good. Bulls still fine so far. Remember that this is Poop Island up here. They're still holding it. So no bearishness just yet. The door is open lower, but doesn't mean we have to go down there. We already did these, so that's fine. We can get rid of those. Just want to watch to see if price can break back above. They can pop up here, take this bad boy out, take that one out a little bit. We can buy this. I don't know why I'm on red. Need to get rid of that red. I did a 1 and 5 minute earlier to show you guys the what a bear plane looked like. A little bit of resistance above. You can see right here the a little bit of rejection here. This is a big call wall here. It's a lot of work to get above this. Start trading this stuff up here. We do at the minimum want, like, if possible, I would really like to see at least like boom, boom, then sell that tomorrow. Just a little heads up, then down this way, back up here, and then we're back up and over. This is Gamma, SPX Gamma. If you haven't seen this yet, you might want to see it. This is at least what the Gamma map looks like into NFP and Friday. Move that over. This is the Gamma flip. I'll show you what the last week's is on every Monday. I showed you last week's. We were pretty close. I mean, there were some highs and lows. Like some of these things were a little bit longer than expected, higher, a little slightly expected. So when you see Gamma, oftentimes you'll see things like we're up, or we're like where the Gamma tag is down a little bit for a wick. So you'll see stuff like that. You'll see stuff like this roll early. But generally it follows this path. If you want to snip that, you're more than welcome to. Let's watch this here. A bit more rejection. You can draw this down if you want. Like down here. Right in there. Let me try to call these people here. It's now 1 o'clock. Need to add to contacts. Create new contact. Surgeon. Just write surgeon. Save. So I'll give him 5 minutes. Should I give him 5 minutes? I shouldn't bombard them with calls, maybe. Fuck it, let's bombard them with calls. We gotta take agency. You guys might have to listen to some of this. If they try to use my name or whatever, I'll mute it.
The office is open. However, we are busy assisting other callers. If your call is emergency, please hang up and dial 1 or go to the nearest hospital emergency room. If you are a patient with an urgent call that requires the attention of a physician, press 1. If you are a physician or calling from a hospital, press 2. For appointments, prescription refills, and all other non-urgent matters, press 3. Please leave a detailed message and Hale Hospital, Richard Carpenter.
Hang tight, guys. All right, I was at least able to leave a message with their messaging service. This just carries over unless we can break above this over here. This can break above right about here to even start talking about that. We're still just going to slide this to the right until it happens. You know they're going to take a knock at this. You can't say they're not going to take a knock at this. They're going to try this right now. They're going to try it at the close. We could even just trade sideways all day long the rest of today, and then they'll take another swing at it at the bell today. They're out. I know the Bears are here. Without a doubt, they're just waiting. They're like, I loaded more puts and more puts. How long are you going to hold them for? Till 0. Or they expire, one or the other. Keep moving that over unless we go above that line right there. This stuff here still, this could actually go until 2 p.m. Hell, it could go to the close. It could be all day long. Same shit. What we'll do is we'll do a quick update for expectations. I think everybody here kind of gets it at this point. I think if you're not aware where we are, please go back and watch the show from this morning. Spent some time on it, an hour or so, to give market awareness as to where we are for the week, where the gamma is for the week. Yeah, he's a fucking stud, man. I love Brian Watts. Love him. I've known him for years. Knew him when he had cancer. Matter of fact, he is one of the guys that started me to start checking on myself. At that time, I thought something was wrong, but I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. I'm like, yeah, I'm having some butt stuff. He was on the show, and he was like, you got to get it looked at. As a matter of fact, thereafter is the first time I checked. My age and my insurance, my insurance with my age, they weren't going to do it unless they found something. I should have just paid for a fucking colonoscopy then. I should have. And he's been through hell in a handbasket and back too, right? I mean, he was a goner at one point. Then they tried 2 or 3 like unproven things. He went through hell in a handbasket. He was really touch and go at some points. You're back with the Bears? Yeah, they're going to try to roll this. So what we're going to do is, that's what I was afraid I was going to have to do, as a matter of fact, was saying that Doctor of the Stars. I had to talk to that was what I had to talk to the doctor about, was like what Brian went through was they were like, they told him he was going to fucking die. Oh, sorry, unalive. But Brian Watts did was like he went to everybody. It's what you have to do, right? If they give you that diagnosis, you'll do anything at that point, right? Like shoot laser beams up my butthole. I don't know, fucking throw me in the CERN mixer or something. Oh, he did? Was that recently? I haven't spoke. I'm going to talk to Kurt. I spoke to a friend of Brian's this Friday. After the bell, someone reached out to me that I haven't spoken to in probably a couple of years. He said he was going to leave Brian a message. I might have Brian's phone number on me. I haven't looked, but I'm going to call him and talk to him. I have to talk to him. I have to talk to Brian and say, hey man, that shit was real. They got me, man. Fucking, I haven't had a chance to speak to him yet. I searched for Brian on Twitter the other day and I couldn't find him. I thought he was on there a ton for a minute, but I thought I saw him on my feed about 6 months or a year ago. I got to try to reach out to him though and tell him. Oh, is he really? All right. I know Kurt. I shouldn't say that. Shit. I shouldn't say his family. I know his family members. So, I'll reach out to his family members as well and find out what's going on. It's so fucking insidious. I can't express to you guys like the worst part of it is the uncertainty. I had another cancer patient tell me that a week ago, I think. Maybe it's been 2 weeks now. I don't remember, but um, what she went through, she said the worst of all of it was the uncertainty. You'd rather have a doctor just tell you, how bad it is or how good it is, or you can fight it as long as this or whatever. And it's hard to get answers out of these people. And the uncertainty is the killer. Uncertainty is fucking brutal. It calls into question like so many. It really eats away at your insides, and it affects other people. um, like when people think you have cancer, people abandon you. Friends do; they stop talking to you. People don't want to hear about that shit. We talk about that on the show, right? You never hear about the people that are washed out in the economy. Like when you never hear about people that like our capitalist system is meant to wash you out eventually. They start when you're young and they ratchet it up as you get older. And there are ways that we're not washing people out anymore, like the housing market. But healthcare is one of the ways that we do. Like, so if you're not getting washed out in the housing market, healthcare is one of those ways that you can wash people out. So, people just abandon you. They don't want to talk to you until you're feeling better. You know what I mean? So there's all kinds of interplay in that, relationships, that kind of stuff. And it gets really fucking hairy. I can't imagine what Brian's been through. I really can't. And I haven't been through shit that he's been through, nothing. So I got to contact him and just tell him that he indirectly might have been saving my life. Of course, it took me 18 fucking doctor's appointments over goddamn 2 years and being sick and all that shit. That's a good mark right there. That's good to see. Bulls are alive still. That's good to see right there. That's all I need to see. Now what we're trying to do is take this one out right here. So we can take this one out. We're still alive. Oh, hold on. We got to take that one out right in there. You can back test this right here and start working our way back up again. We should do that in a couple seconds here. We can extend this into the close too. I don't want to delete this shit, but I hate doing this every day. We should do this to 1600. Yeah, I got to talk to Brian. In a way, Brian has probably saved you could probably say Brian saved my life. Or one of the people, by telling me, go do this. And I didn't do exactly what I should have done, but I did go to the doctor. There goes that target. That's all you wanted to see right there. So I probably need to call him. Yeah, it should be the top. I said this earlier. We'll talk about it again right now. So we'll talk about it right now. So there's a few things here. I probably need to have this discussion because I do have to leave soon for this appointment, whether they call me back or not. I probably need to leave earlier, like 1:30. So we have to have a conversation. We'll rehash some top line stuff from this morning's conversation. That's a good question you brought up because I talked about it this morning, and either you weren't here or you didn't hear it. So, and there's a lot of information that I go over. So I realize that too. Like I say a lot of things. It's a lot of information to absorb and then recall. And I do this all day long. Like this is all I do. I do it all day long. I do it 24 hours a day. I eat shit and sleep this stuff. So for me, it's like, oh yeah, I got it. I got all the points. It's easy for me. So, and we'll talk about that right now. So there are a couple things that can happen here. Let's start with, let's go look at gamma's the important one. So let's like breathe here for a minute, okay? There's a question I just had, which is a good question. Is 758 the top? So there's a few things you need to see here and understand. Okay? I want you to think about a few ideas. If we hit all-time highs, we're going to sell. Normally we do. If we go all-time highs, we sell. There's another big thing here. And the big thing here is, we have 7,600. We have a target from the banks at the end of the year of 7,800, which is not far away, is it? Not far away at all, right? So 7,800 this is your end of year target. And there's not a lot of juice here, is there? We're only in August. We're in the start of August, right? So you have the end of the year target of 7,800, okay? Roughly in there. I'm not going to fuck with that right now. That's your end of year target. So there's a bunch of questions here, right? There's a bunch of questions. You remember that you have different participants in the market. So you have a participant that wants to sell you calls. Okay? You have someone that wants to sell you puts. And then you want to think about end of year. Like, is there a lot of juice here to 7,800? Not really, right? There's not a ton of juice here to 7,800. So the idea becomes, what are we going to do? Trade sideways to 7,800 at the end of the year? So that raises a bunch of other questions, right? Do you get new outlooks from the street where they say, hey, we're going to trade 8,200? So that's more room, right? Whoa, we got 600 points. We can go up. And that brings up the question of, like, are we looking above? And this is a big call wall. So that big call wall right here. So is this a new level for us? If it is a new level, we would pop our heads up, right? Pop our heads up, right? Come back down, right? Maybe they're selling you calls or something like that. We come back up here. We smash up here, right? So like selling you calls. Maybe they come back in, try to sell you down an NFP or whatever. And then maybe we eventually get up to this 7,800. In the meantime, and not in this time frame, but you get the idea, right? And then when these calls expire end of quarter or whatever, we can eventually get above 7,800. But you'd expect the banks to come out and say, hey, new outlook in the year at 7,800. Make sense? So is this the top? Might not be. Like, and we can go above this. What you'd want to see is a bull. What you really want to see here as a bull is just the look above. It's that simple. Like, look above, right? They cut us down over here. You come back up here for the end of the week and you make a new all-time, or not all-time high, but maybe an all-time high on Friday. Right? This is the all-time high, I believe, up here. And then they, take us to the woodshed. That should take into like the 12th, the 18th. It takes time to roll this stuff. And now you've sold the call sellers have sold the calls. Maybe we're up at 7,680, 7,700, not quite 7,700, but like kind of there, close. But you don't print those calls. So I'm the call seller on that, right? And then we start dumping down into OpEx, and then we're trying to fight back to trade that into the end of the quarter. So like trying to trade that 7,700 in the end of the quarter. But it brings up a bunch of different questions. Like, are we going to go downtown, trade the 20s again, trade the 30s, trade the zeros, any of that stuff? Brings up questions about, is this going to be a sideways market? Brings up questions about, are they going to give new outlooks for 8,200 so that we can just be back testing this, maybe with pullbacks in here, wicks and stuff like we did down over there. So we got a bunch of questions here. How I would look at this is like this. I would look at this just like this. Like, is this the top? What I would say to you is if you were looking for the best outcome in here for today, or into the close or something like that, you'd be looking for some kind of a push above, right? Peek your head up here, maybe, if we can, somewhere up here, just to show that strength. It's the look above saying, hey, we're strong. Then they start dumping us down here, right? So we have the look above, and then we actually make some kind of a new high up here without actually going above the 70s, the 77s, which are right here. So you would expect these, if you have call sellers, or like you're you're rolling your calls higher. The dealers are chasing you up here, right? So up here, right? They're chasing you or whatever. Even if they had to chase you up here, once you stop buying those calls to roll to 7,700, once you stop, the dealers are going to step in and sell onto you, and any call sellers are going to dump on you too, and they'll dump us all the way down here. And then the chance that you get to come up here, they're going to do the same thing, sell calls into you again on some volatility, which is NFP, right? They let Vixpiration and OpEx do the rest for them. And then when you come back up here to try to print that 7,700, you probably won't get back up there until end of quarter, end of month, somewhere in there. Then maybe we can trade 7,800 into the end of the quarter, and then you get an unclench end of quarter to the downside, and maybe you'll get the outlook is now 8,200 instead of 7,800, and that's how we would defend this level here and all the stuff down here, the 7,500, 7,600, and instead of defending 73, 7,400, we're now defending 75 and 76. We have a higher outlook, and people are rolling their calls higher, even if they don't print them into the end of the year or even in March. It's like you don't print the 8,200 until March or April or something like that, if we ever even do print that stuff. Does that make? I don't know if that makes any sense or not. So for right now, into this close, what are we looking for? We're looking for at least the poke your head above the call wall, the big call wall, right? Big call wall is red, by the way. It's not the green one. This one right here. I'll just turn this red so you can get an idea of where the call wall is. So it's the red line right here. And so I think the idea of the first time is just assert your dominance. You need the look above to show the way is higher. We come back down, right? And then we try to get back up here, right? We're fighting to hold this 7,600 and stay above it. And if you look at the gamma map that we have, we need to establish that. If you look at, here, let me show you something here. Let me show you the gamma exposure here. Maybe you can see that. It's from TradeTheTrigger.com. And just on net, just look at this here. This is the call wall in the beginning of the month. We want to be firmly above this. Build all this out. Maybe sweep down a couple times to build out this put wall. So now you've got 735. All this becomes like a way to build this out with put gamma, because we're not hedged right now, right? So we can start attacking this and start attacking all this stuff up here. There's 801, 800. This is 820 in here. We got to build this out, so we got to hammer all this stuff out, which is going to take time to do. If that makes any sense, I don't know if it does or doesn't, but so the look above is what we want to see. On the Thursday or Wednesday of last week, we opened a door to 700 and 720 last week. So I hate simplifying this, but if the way is higher or lower, what should we be doing right now? The way is higher. We should be poking our heads up here, shouldn't we? Right? It's just the look above. We didn't fail automatically. I think I showed that this morning too. I was like, we're either going to fail automatically, we're going to look here and then fail, or we're going to go up here and at least poke our heads up. We should be poking our heads up. If we would have been selling all last week, we would have been selling this morning. We would have been selling like Thursday, Friday, Monday. It would have been a hot mess. If you remember the show I showed you, where we had just enough. If we'd stayed far below trend on that daily trigger into the end of the month, that would have been a big deal. And that did not happen. So we are looking higher right now. We should poke our heads to the upside before we get done and then roll to the downside. And remember that you have something else that's going on right now, which is FOMO, and you get call rolling. This is like a process that takes place every time we come into major inflection points and walls, put and call walls. You ever notice when we're at a major low, and I'm like, don't buy puts here for the close today? It's the same thing on the inverse right now. Like, don't be carrying calls after this bell, because they're going to try to sell if they're done rolling. The same action is like selling puts to suckers. So this normally happens into the closing bell at minimum. So we should see it today. They'll take a shot at 10 or 10:30, 12:30. They'll take a shot at it again. They'll check it, and then they'll do it again at the end of the day today. Currently trading 757, first target hit. Second target, 758. To the upside. We also had a ghost print over the weekend of 760. Not a ghost print, but like on Sunday night, we had a high print on. It's not showing up here because TradingView data sucks, but it is showing elsewhere. All right, I'm going to do a. Yeah, if he's doing. Thanks for saying something about Brian Watts. I'm gonna try to like reach out to him. I do appreciate that. I don't watch those guys anymore. I don't watch anyone on YouTube. I watch zero finance shows on YouTube anymore. I'm always afraid that I'm gonna pick up their stuff and use it unconsciously. So I just don't do it anymore. I don't follow anybody. I watch zero finance shows. I watch sometimes things pop up my feed, and I will watch them just to find out what scams they're running. Anyone that gets like 2-3 million followers, I'll sometimes watch their shit because I know they're. There was a guy, the one guy I was been harping on right in the. I forget his name right now. He said we're going to crash a few days ago. Some of this you probably don't know, but like, I watch some of these people because they get funded by like buy side and sell side, and I'm trying to figure out who's on sell side and who's on buy side. There's this one guy. What's his name? I talked about him sometimes. I forget his name. What's his name here? Let's see, bond market crash or something. Who's this guy? This fucking clown right here, Andre Jick. If I had to guess, that guy is paid for by big sell-side hedge funds. If I had to guess, Andre Jick. I'd want to see that motherfucker's. I want to know that he's actually getting 2 million views, and I don't believe those views are true, and I definitely think this guy's been paid by sell side. Buy side does the same shit, so they fund people for that stuff too. So there's a couple other guys. Some other guy just came out. I made a comment on this other guy, Hank something. Matter of fact, I made a comment on his show, on one of his videos a month or two ago. Hank Green, maybe? Is that his name? I made a comment on his show. He came into my feed like months ago. And I made a comment on one of his, he did something about oil and gas, or he did something about the stock markets recently. And he popped up my feed because I don't watch like the regular, like, real finance guys anymore. So like this guy popped up my feed, and I made a comment on his show where I said, you sound really smart until I know something that you're talking about. I said, and then you sound like AI, something like that. And he came out yesterday and said that he uses AI for his scripts, and he was citing some facts on one of his programs that I knew was dated and I knew was likely from AI. AI tends to like pull data that's bad data. And then these guys regurgitate this stuff. They write scripts, they sit on a teleprompter, and they fucking read it from a script, and you guys all consume it like millions of motherfuckers listen to these guys talk. And it sounds legit, and it sounds like they know what they're talking about. But if you know anything, if you're an expert on it, they sound like they're the neatest. Like, I'm sure this isn't true. One day this won't be true. One of the most difficult things for AI to get right is likely going to be finance markets. It's going to be one of the most difficult, and you need like prime data, like super prime, and you have to like box in the AI to not be looking at other stuff. I'm assuming that finance is probably going to be one of the biggest, hardest things for AI to figure out. And what's really shocking is I was reading some data. I was reading some data recently, and I found a conversation that was ongoing amongst a bunch of professional traders, and they were talking about how the street is using AI like on everything, like it's everywhere. on the street, and it's wrong. So it's not just these guys doing it; like the street's doing it. So when I see this all being pushed around, these narratives being pushed around, I'm assuming that it's coming from the street by sell side research, and then they're funding these guys to put this narrative out there, and they're fucking hella wrong. And they quote things that are not they're either stale or they're a lot of citing of facts that are stale or have nothing to do with the price of the S&P 500 or anything else in the stock market. So I think Hank Green came out yesterday and said, I'm using AI for my reports. He said it was only one, but he's lying. It's more than one. And I think that shit is prevalent today. And we use AI, but we're very limited, extremely limited, and it's all reviewed. It's wrong all the time. A matter of fact, I have access to a street AI. And have you guys ever seen me in the show yelling at it? I'll ask it questions like, what do you think's going to happen for the rest of today? And they'll be like, oh, yeah, it's going to fucking go up all day long. And I'm like, you're fucking wrong again. Like, it's wrong all the fucking time. Like, it's real bad. Really, 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 really bad. I don't think it'll always be like that, but it's like that right now. Yeah, what I think is happening is I think the use of AI is fine. I have no problem with it. My problem with it is when you're like, I think what Hank was doing was he was just like spitting it out and then reading the script. You can't do that. You have to check every fucking thing that shit says because it's wrong like all the time in major ways. AI can't beat a human right now. It cannot. Now, like AI can do well trading. I shouldn't say it doesn't do well. It does well in like a high frequency trading. It does very well as long as it's following rules, which is we use the rules that are fed into AI right now for the high frequency trading. The same rules we use here is what it's using. But I don't like you anyone out there that's like using AI and just regurgitating it with no review, no rewriting, no checking the sources and then writing it in your own word and your own voice and adding the things that you understand that AI doesn't. It's really bad. It's fucking frightening. I made some commentary last night on Reddit about this specific topic because the real danger here is, or the danger that I see is, I'll give you a little thought experiment. I'll give you guys a little thought experiment here. Two thought experiments, or not thought experiments, but this triggered me to talk about this because I went last week and looked at my dad was the chairman of the first Vietnam Veterans Parade in the United States of America, and I asked AI about that, and it said that wasn't that parade, and so I went and tried to seek out that data, and it's hard to get. It's hard to get information that what the first Vietnam Veterans Parade in the U.S. was. And you see how they're pulling texts and stuff. They're using it for AI now to get this information. Hard to find information. And so AI's like, that ain't true. And it's like black and white. So I have a little thought experiment for you. Some kind of neat. So, and this is about the whole Hank Green thing. So, I've done this 3 times. And the last time I did it was recently. I did it like a month ago. What I did was I went through the main page of Reddit, and anything I liked, I bookmarked. Anything, didn't matter what it was. Bookmarked like 20 bookmarks. Like these are like things that like there were things that I cared about. I was like, this is a good one. Bookmarked it. And then what I did was here we go. Keep going. And then what I did was I went back last night and checked all those bookmarks. About half of them were gone. Like the post itself was gone. Just gone. deleted, removed by moderators. The other half of posts that were still there were heavily altered from either site mods, site admins, sub admins, sub mods, and the entire conversation that had taken place was crafted. So there's a human hand somewhere along the way deciding what remains as an artifact of information on Reddit, which is extremely dangerous. The more moderating that you do of these social media sites, and they don't do that on Twitter. It's very hard to remove stuff from Twitter. So unless you self-delete or something like that. And there's probably still a record of that somewhere. Now, Reddit is like heavily moderating what is true. And they're moderating what humans think and do. And Reddit is being used as information for AI. So, you know, Reddit right now is mad about the scraping of their data. It's still being scraped. And they know this. And they're also altering what's being fed or controlling what's being fed into AI out there. So that could mean that you're not getting all of the human input. You're just getting what Reddit wants the human input to be as true. And then you're then feeding this into AI models, and you have an influence then over what those AI models consider as fact and truth. And not only that, maybe there's a post with data or information or someone speaking in there that's against the idea of that post, and it's being removed. And so what we're doing is we're crafting what reality is, or what truth is. It's extremely dangerous, and it likely has real fallout in the future. You really have to be careful as to like what you're feeding into this AI. And you kind of want everything in there, even the crazy people and the insane and you want to put it all in there. You want to like you really do need the most unadulterated information, even if it's fake or untruthful, into your models. And we're not doing that right now, are we? Or at least not through the Reddit, through Reddit as an example of that. So then all of a sudden that shit gets all spun out and fed out into AI models. And then you've got not an AI YouTube channel, but you have a human that's trusted. You have a human like Hank Green that's trusted, and they fall into the AI trap of, I'm not going to fucking review any of this. It's been working. It's all right. And, you know, everybody else out there is agreeing to this theoretically because it's all been altered and astroturfed. And that starts to become reality, and it really isn't reality. When it comes to like money and stuff, you really need the truth and not that. And then you start consuming that stuff on the back end of like, you know, you get like the stuff on Reddit, and then it gets fed in, but it's all it's adulterated, and then it gets fed in, and it gets fed to a guy that's got millions of followers, and then they're pushing this narrative, and it becomes the zeitgeist. It becomes the truth for people, and it really isn't yet. And you know how they're saying that YouTube's removing AI channels. They're doing some, but not tons. There's always another head popping up with new AI channels. I don't even think that they're the threat. I think that most people, even if they consume an AI YouTube channel, they are kind of aware that there could be misinformation in there, hallucinating and all that kind of stuff. The real danger is like some famous guy like Bill Nye or something using that stuff, and you and I start trusting it because it's a human telling you that you trust. So we're in this like really dangerous place right now. I think that we're in a really dangerous place where we're trusting like a news article, or we're trusting a human, but they're not disclosing that their data and their information is fucking bad. I think it's more dangerous than even an AI channel. A human doing that is more dangerous than an AI channel. No. Reddit is. I know you don't think that they are. I know that you don't think that they are because you never go back and check. What I'm saying to you is bookmark. What I'm saying to you is bookmark, and then go back a month later and check that post. It's being heavily moderated by mods and admins on Reddit. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm giving you an exercise. Like, I want you to go to the main page, scroll through a couple pages, and just bookmark your favorites in there. And it's astonishing to see the removal of posts. And then let's say you're reading all the comments when at the height of where it's being enjoyed, and then go back a month later and see the deletion of comments. It's massive. And then the last thing I would say to you is then start to look at the number of visitors that Reddit gets, then find out where they're from, like how many are US based. That has to do with ad dollars, that has to do with who's actually doing the speaking, and then compare that against the actual comments that are made in a month. And it's fascinating to see. It's fascinating to see who's actually speaking. It's fascinating to see who's getting through to speak. So it brings up questions of like who's allowed to actually speak on Reddit, who's allowed to be a voice in the comments, and then look at how it's all cleaned up and massaged into the after a month. Just do that for a month. Just pick 20 or 30 of your favorite posts, bookmark them, and then come back and click on them all, and then go back and look through the comments. But you have to read the comments in those posts originally. Just take a look at it all. It's fascinating. It used to never be like that. It used to never be like that on Reddit. It's like that right now. I'm talking about the main page posts across Reddit, the stuff that's from all the big subs and all that kind of stuff, all that shit. It's frightening. Absolutely fucking frightening. You can look up if you don't think there are AstroTurf gangs. I showed one recently. Kamala Harris had one, made the news. You can just look up Kamala Harris AstroTurf gang. Google search it. There's a bunch of articles about it. They hunted down all the users. They had Discord groups. And they're not the only people that do it. There are nation states that do it. There are corporations that do it. Hollywood does it. So I'm just trying to find out who this group is for oil and gas. Like, who are these people? Get all their names down. Start finding out who they are. See what else they're jumping to next.
Anytime from now, Trump is due to be having an executive order signing event aimed at military families. We've got a live video. It's on the feed for those interested. It's been on the schedule for...
Give me 1 second here, guys. I got to go for a quick break.
but it is still yet to start. We're just keeping our eyes on it. We'll let you know once...
I got to talk to the family real quick. I'm about to leave here in a few moments. Hold on here, guys. All right, I got to go. I have to go. Let me take my thing off here. It is the Faraway building. It's in Commerce. I'm not in Detroit, actually. I got to drive. Going to Surgeon. All right, remember what I said about this stuff in the close here, okay? We're looking to grind into this bell and roll to the downside, okay? This is 1600. My expectation is for us to roll down tomorrow and Wednesday to trade 50 and potentially as deep as 43. You get what I'm saying? So roll this stuff up and then down. I don't think we can unclench until the close today. I don't think we can. Maybe trade sideways or whatever. We should just keep grinding like this into the bell. If you are trying to buy puts, You could do it on the open tomorrow or maybe 4:15, but you could get it like a high in the bell at 4:15 and then one more high in the open that'll destroy your puts again. So either be picking like end of the day or be ready to buy puts again at the open tomorrow. I want to thank you all for being here with me today. Just be aware of that roll ahead, okay? Uh, you guys get what I'm saying here? Look for like, if you wanted to look for 2 targets on SPX, 7,600, potentially like 7,610 ish, somewhere in there. Okay, just be aware of it. I love you all more than you know, even the doubters. And thank you for sticking around. I love you all. Okay, whatever I hear, if I get back early, I will jump on the show or go in the Discord and let you guys know where I'm at. Okay, be good out there. Help out fellow traders while I'm gone. Okay. All right. Later. I'm gonna put this new squawker back. I'm gonna put Trump on. I'm not gonna put Trump on because when he turns off, it'll be like some other show or whatever, and I don't want that on the show. So I'm not gonna put Trump on, but I do have the new squawker on to give you guys updates. I gotta go. Later, boys and girls, theys and thems. See you in a bit.
So keep in mind the executive order signing event with Trump at the White House has started, and the video is on the feed. Trump says the Iran conflict is working out very well. So again, currently speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, and the video is on the feed. Keep in mind, it does look as though Defense Secretary Hegseth is also present. According to a company spokesperson, Meta is invited to the White House on Tuesday to discuss AI safety testing by the US government. So the S&P 500 is extending gains. We're approaching 1.5% now. Trump says Iran talks are on. So that's Trump saying Iran talks are going on now. So Trump does seem to be taking questions from reporters now. Trump says when Iran is talking, they don't like to say so. Trump says Iran said that they wanted to talk about the Strait.
Trump says Iran says it wants to talk about denuclearization. To Trump referring to comments he says Iran made yesterday. Also, Trump says that we're talking at the request of Iran. Trump says this is the last chance for Iran. And Trump says Gulf nations want to give talks a last chance. So Trump said this is the last chance for Iran to sign a deal. The S&P 500 extending gains to 1.5% now. Trump says you'll find out today or tomorrow where Iran talks are. Trump says that we're talking about having the strait open by tomorrow. Trump says phase 1 of Iran talks is reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And then phase 2 with Iran is denuclearization after opening up the strait. Trump says the Iran denuclearization phase will take a little while. NASA 100 extending gains to session high of 2% now. Trump, when asked about Strait of Hormuz, says, I won't let Iran charge. Again, Trump says, I'm not going to let Iran charge to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says, I think we'll have a very good relationship with UK's Prime Minister Burnham. Trump says oil companies are making too much money, and I don't like it. So Trump says oil firms are making too much money based on shortage. Trump says Exxon and Chevron are making too much money. Seeing decline on ExxonMobil off the back of that headline again. Trump says Exxon and Chevron are making too much money. See, Chevron seeing a similar move down as well. On the back of this comes from Trump. Trump says, which reiterates what he said in his Truth Social post today, that oil firms better cut the retail price. Trump says that we want to give Iran every last chance before decapitation. Trump on Iran says, I'm under no time constraint. Boeing extends gained session high of 7.1% on certification win. Its Boeing shares are up the most intraday since early December. NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $80.34 a barrel, down $4.33 or 5.11%. NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at around $2.78. NYMEX gasoline September futures settle at around $2.96 a gallon. Diesel September futures settle at around $3.87 a gallon. That concludes comments from Trump. So, reminder, minutes time, we're expecting the US QRA estimates. Brent crude futures settle at around at $83.77 a barrel, down $4.16 or 4.73%. According to IRIB, Iran says they won't allow any Hormuz Strait except the Iranian one. Five minutes ago, until we get the US Treasury QRA estimate. Iran's Major General Mohsen Rezai says we're prepared to attack 3 points in Ukraine, but after that, the country apologized and we cancelled the attack. 1 minute to go now till we get the US Treasury QRA estimates. Ten seconds. Still waiting. So it has been released. We'll get it out for you on the site. So from the report, it says Treasury expects to borrow $739 billion in privately held net marketable debt, assuming an end of September cash balance of $950 billion. So the borrowing estimate is $68 billion higher than announced May 2026, primarily due to lower projected net cash flows, partially offset by higher than assumed beginning of quarter cash balance. So also in the report, it says during the October to December 2026 quarter, Treasury expects to borrow $628 billion in privately held net marketable debt, assuming end of December cash balance of $850 billion. Also, they say during the April-June 2026 quarter, Treasury borrowed $190 billion of privately held net marketable debt and ended the quarter with a cash balance of $919 billion. Also, there's a May 2026 Treasury estimated borrowing $189 billion and assumed end of June cash balance of $900 billion. The $1 billion in higher privately held net marketable borrowing resulted primarily from higher than assumed end of quarter cash balance, partially offset by net cash flows. We have also posted out the report on the feed for you to read through as well.
Fars News, citing Iran's General Rizai, says that Saudi official contacted one of the officials at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and stated that they were not involved in the attack on Iraq. Fars News again, citing Iran's General Rizai, says after the US stopped the attacks, we continued our attacks for another 2 days so they would understand the situation. Iran's general again on Fars News says that if warships or military forces are brought to the Strait of Hormuz for that purpose, we will target them. So that's Iran's general saying we will absolutely not allow the opening of a second corridor in the Strait of Hormuz, and that if warships or military forces are brought to the strait for that purpose, we will target them. governor of the Boucher province, says 60 million cubic meters of gas from the South Pars field are restored to production. 1 minute now until we get the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance, S&P 500 buy side 1.2 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 890 million, Dow 30 buy side 727 million, Mag 7 buy side 270 million. So in 10 minutes time now, at 5 minutes past 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting earnings from Palantir second quarter 2026 with an estimated EPS of 35 cents and an estimated revenue of $1.81 billion. So in 5 minutes' time now, at 5 minutes past the top of the hour, we are expecting earnings from Palantir with their second quarter 2026 results. Estimated EPS of 35 cents with an estimated revenue of $1.81 billion. The Dow Jones average notches its first record closing high since July 6th. So we're shortly expecting earnings from Palantir now. So seeing Palantir earnings coming through now. Adjusted EPS a beat at 41 cents on estimates of 35 cents. Revenue a beat at $1.94 billion on estimates of $1.81 billion. Their adjusted EBITDA at $1.20, a beat on estimates of $1.09. For forward guidance, they see their fiscal year adjusted operating profit at $4.89 to $4.9 billion, which is over the prior estimate of $4.51 billion. They see their fiscal year